Welcome in, everyone. It is so good to see all of you, and welcome back for our next session of the Fifth Trumpet. And the dust has settled, and time once again marches on. Licking their wounds and treating their burns, the managers grapple with the closest they've ever come to a brush with death. And the fact that they're beginning to entangle themselves with threats far greater than they have ever before, as conspiracy and doubt plague them, and those going for the Golden Bough evolve from petty syndicates into the agents of the Five Fingers and fixers of repute. There comes a point where they all have to ask themselves one question. Should we continue? And can we even, if we want to? We return back to the managers within the nest of T Corp as they ruminate on where their journey is taking them next and who they might have to fight when they get there. All of you can begin the session because Affinity was redeemed with an additional point of sin, and all of you are continuing with the same amount of health and sanity that you left off last session with. You four are now all dealing with the bodies of the dead soldatos here and the one dead capo, as the other capo's body is nowhere to be found. And having witnessed Big Brother prior, how are you all feeling after that harrowing experience? And as you can all introduce yourselves, the light washes over you all, and you all can regain a point of health and a point of sanity, as we'll begin with you, Miix, and how she is feeling.
Hello everyone, I am Miix. I play Miix, and goodness gracious, I think there's a lot going into how Miix is feeling. I think she's obviously starting to feel the effects of the adrenaline wear off. She's starting to, I wouldn't say relax, but at the very least, her muscles are no longer tensing as much as they were before. She is starting taking her situation fully. She's lit a cigarette and is taking a drag of it, kind of not so much as the others, but there's some blood on her shirt, and she wipes like a nosebleed away. Her hands are shaking a little bit, but she's able to sort of get them to stop just by holding them for a bit. This was a lot, and a lot is on her mind, especially because of her conversation with the person who was there before. Person that she couldn't do much against.
Absolutely.
So she just, all she can do is take a drag from her cigarette and let the smoke out as it rises slowly up towards the ceiling.
Absolutely, and as you watch it rise, Merru, why don't you introduce yourself and let us know how you are doing after delivering that finishing blow to the capo?
Yes. Hello. I'm Merru Online. I play our control team department head, Merru. And he's, I mean, he's not doing too well. I think for him, as the adrenaline started to wear off from that near-death situation he was in, Merru's now able to feel both the extreme physical and mental strain he had to put himself through in order to make it through that fight. So I think as he starts to feel the severity of his wounds, he hisses a bit and stumbles, but he's able to stay standing on on his feet. Because it's not the first time he's felt such bad pain, but it's never a fun experience. But at least he was able to make sure that one capo is dead and gone, and I think Merru feels no guilt or remorse over shooting him point blank with his weapon. So that's how Merru's doing.
Absolutely. And with that lack of remorse for having done so, Prior, we go to you, and how are you holding up, especially with, I imagine, no memory of whatever just transpired?
It was hey everyone, I'm Prior, I play Prior. And Prior is a little lost. If he had 10 on for every time he awoke to carnage and slaughter around him after a sudden gap in his memory, he'd have 20 on, which isn't a lot, but it's a little weird that it's happened twice. Humor is really the only cope he has right now, as he gazes at the destruction, the death, what's left of the blood and violence. But his mind is locked into the last moment he remembers of feeling himself return even to a fraction of what he once was, even just a taste of that mountain he was once able to climb and conquer. But then it's nothing. And then all at once he was back here, and all at once he was dead, and all at once he was alive again, back in this weak, pitiful, mostly incapable shell that is his flesh and bones. He also can feel the eyes burrowing into him across the room. Whatever he did, it certainly left an impression.
Absolutely. You can feel all the eyes on you, and you can see the results of whatever happened and whatever you might have done. And Kai, we then go to you, if you'd like to introduce yourself and how Kai is faring at the moment.
Hi, I'm Kai Calypso, playing manager Kai, who is feeling quite raw, both mentally and physically. His skin is singed, the only saving grace being that the heat cauterized any open wounds he had from combat. In a slowly calming, frenzied state after extended periods of immolation, something he will definitely have to memory hole the fear of for now, and the heavily conflicting feelings he has about seeing Prior in his former glory, or a Prior in the state he once knew. He's not having a lot of fun. The pain from the worn-off adrenaline begins to sink in, and big conflicting emotions are very much crashing around in his mind. He's just trying to keep his cool.
Absolutely. I imagine there are a lot of those emotions at having seen that man again. And as you all have a moment to catch your breaths, you all can talk amongst yourselves and feel free to say whatever you would like to each other. Captain Lev is still present here, though he's sort of off to the side a little bit, as you just all have a moment to reconvene.
Ugh. You all look, worse for wear. Seems like one hell of a fight.
Yeah. Certainly was. Certainly something. And Merru is staring at Pryor a bit, I don't know the right word, maybe I don't know if cautiously is the best word. I mean, Pryor is Pryor. But he certainly seems like he's biting his tongue in a way. Before he just goes, what do you remember anything?
Well, I remember being grabbed by Captain Lev. I remember being dragged off to a different area of the laboratory, and I remember that they said that there was a way that they could tap into another version of me, another part of me, another time and place of me. And seeing is that the end results of such a technology would be the immediate and complete death of whoever entered that machine, it seemed prudent that I had to be the one to do it. Seeing that, I don't think anyone else here can survive that other than me. For once, my unique physiology works to our advantage. But after I saw myself, I suppose, it's just a big, muddled pool of emotions. This sensation of Pryor struggles to find the words even in his rather, notable pool of experiences, and simply gives up and says, a blur. And then I was back. And you saw what happened when that occurred.
We certainly did.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it worked.
That's certainly one way to put it. And there's a brief pause before Merru gives a quick glance over at Miix and then back at Pryor and goes, I mean, after you got snatched away, I mean, you came back looking, I mean, like you, but like decked out in middle gear, I guess. And you were acting like you were like the king of the world or whatever. Talked with the capos for a while. And then you went off and did your own fighting while we handled that other capo and his group. Clearly, we handled him. And after I killed the guy, you came back and you said some real interesting things to all of us, I guess. And then you were finally you again, and now we're here. So that's what happened.
I left you all to fight one of the capos on your own. I'm sorry about that then. I guess whatever they did, whatever possibility they pulled out of me was your well-being or incredibly confident in your capabilities.
well, it's over now, so.
He's right. What's done is done. Let's focus on finishing up here.
I suppose so. How?
Oh.
Sorry, I not to drag us back, but how strong was I?
I never knew you as one to self-indulge.
I need to understand what kind of a possibility was pulled. Was it one that was capable or not? Was it from the past, the future, the present? Captain Lev didn't give me much idea of what was happening.
Well, I mean, we didn't fight with you, so, and it's not like you didn't really talk to me, so it's not really a question I can answer.
Makes sense.
I would, I normally apologize for answering a question with a question, but where's Dino? I assume that answer will answer your own question.
Pryor does look around for Dino's body.
You do not see Dino's body anywhere, Pryor. I will not make any of you make a roll. Dino's body cannot be found.
Did I drive him off? And I would say that I was probably a version of me from the past then. Dino was capable, and if I was simply accessing the powers of Act 1. Pryor suddenly seems to put two and two together and looks at Miix and goes, he's gone, isn't he?
Whatever version of you was capable of doing, that is what he did. I'm not sure what the finer details of that would be.
Mr. DM. Oh,
yes.
No, go ahead.
I would say I'm not so certain about where that one was from in terms of time. I can't give you a definitive answer on that, but
Well, I appreciate it. Sorry, Mr. DM, Pryor is going to do something he's never done in the course of the campaign.
Yes.
May I listen to the voices of Neo?
Absolutely, Pryor.
Pryor closes his eyes, and for a moment you actually see his skin begin to crawl, and he is going to enter the pit inside of him, drive his consciousness down into his core, and he is going to attempt to sort through all the sounds he hears to see if he can find Dino's voice.
Absolutely. I am going to need you to give me a sanity check.
Absolutely, makes complete sense. Uh-oh, I'm not doing too sane right now. I forgot about that. Well, I'm going to push.
Absolutely, you can spend sin.
One success.
With one success, Prior, take a point of aggravated sanity damage as
Makes sense.
the voices overwhelm you at once with their clamor. You can hear a chorus of thousands upon thousands of voices, but among them, one rises for a moment, a very familiar one that simply says, "I can't die," and then is cut off and added to the rest of the choir.
Well, considering I've already taken a point of aggravated sanity damage, and that makes me strained, I am going to immediately end my connection to the chorus, and Prior is going to try and open his eyes as his body shakes, like there's a chill that passes from the base of his spine to the tip. And as his eyes snap open for a moment, his pupils are massively dilated before they snap back to their regular size, and he goes, "I see that I dealt with him. Right, well, as you said, Miix, there's no reason to ruminate on the past. We should move on. Thank you for answering my query. I'm sure I'll have more questions later, but for now, we have other things to concern ourselves with."
Very well.
Prior, there is a burning sensation in your throat.
Well, it's the least he thinks he deserves.
And as all of you are gathered here, Captain Lev's been keeping a bit of a distance, but he looks to the four of you and says, "I didn't want to interrupt anything between you all, but we probably really should get a move on. I am not sure how Micah is holding up, especially on the limited time he is, and I figure that, well, I'm pretty sure this situation," he kind of gestures around at all of the dead soldatos and the dead Capo 4, is handled. I think it would be in our best interest to not stick around here much longer in case we end up being found by any law enforcement. Or anyone else who might come by, particularly if they have other members of their syndicate.
Yes. Right. Thank you, Captain. Oh my god. Oh, this is bad. Prior suddenly, it seems to, finally come out of his own, self-indulgence, and he looks around at all the dead Syndicate corpses everywhere.
Yes, Very bad. We don't want to be around here. I also was... I may have been messing with time in ways that I don't know if the T Corp time collectors will be very happy about.
Captain Lev, please tell me. Prior walks up to Captain Lev. Please tell me you paid for your time tax in advance. Please tell me that that was all a legal, valid use of time.
Well, I didn't...
Captain Lev. He puts his hands on
No.
Captain Lev's shoulders. Please tell me that we didn't illegally enter another time screen.
So, had I known, I may have done so, but I did not expect what occurred to occur. So we may not want to stay around here, because I am sure they will be on their way if we stick around here for an extended period of time, longer than we already have.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Listen, I was the only one messing with that stuff, so I mean, all of you should be alright. Probably.
You better be.
That
That better not be a probably. That better be a yes.
Prior does nod his head, and as he does, he takes a deep breath and goes, all right, well, T Corp is going to take their time eventually. For now, let's clean this up. If the T Corp tax collectors are going to be on their way, they're going to come one way or the other.
Yes.
Indeed.
Until then, we'll
Get
try to
out.
clean up. Isn't going to really make much of a difference. Let's get everything we need out of here. We don't want to leave any evidence behind, and it seemed, Captain Lev, you were working on a number of things.
Yes. Yeah. No, we should make sure to go get Micah, go get out the things that we need to retrieve. And Captain Lev is going to...
Well, okay, wait. Before Captain Lev does anything, I think Miix will bring up something that is on her mind, if nobody else has thought of it. Captain Lev, may I ask a question?
Yes. What is it?
May I ask how we are not moments away from annihilation because of those, explosives?
Wait, what?
Yes, so, technically, they're not a taboo. At least a claw hasn't come after me yet. So, I think I'm in the clear. You see what I refer to as, these bombs here. They are mounted inside my other inventions. So because of that, they're planted and they're placed on an object and surface. All right? So I think that we're okay.
So hold on. You put bombs inside of your other inventions, and then you throw those inventions at people to blow them up.
Yes, precisely.
You certainly enjoy writing a fine line for legality.
I guess the purpose of the bomb is a self-destruct mechanism for the technology, and if it just so happens to catch someone else in it, well... That's actually a pretty good one. I hadn't thought of that.
Captain Love kind of beams at that. He's like, see? It's a way around. It's a way around. It doesn't break a taboo. I pay my taxes to the head. So, you know, haven't had to worry about any of that.
The only taxes you dodge are corpo in nature, isn't that?
Exactly. Listen, I may have my issues with the system. I don't think I can take a claw in a fight.
Well, Pryor looks Captain Love up and down and goes, yeah.
Captain Love kind of looks away at that and adjusts his hat and says, anyways, we may have some issues with T Corp, but we're not gonna have any issues with the claws. So...
Okay, well, we should head over to where the big monolith was being stored, because we don't want T Corp getting their hands on that.
Right. That would be very bad. Let's hurry on over there. And Captain Lev has started basically running towards back to where you all know the lab was, where the monolith was located.
All right, I guess we'll follow.
Yeah. Before he does, Pryor does look to Kai, who's been quiet, and goes, "Kai, are you okay?"
Fine. Sorry, just a lot happened.
Understandable. Well, let's follow Lev.
Yeah. Kai will take whatever position is furthest away from Pryor and follow Lev.
Pryor goes to head out to the direction Captain Lev is, and actually Pryor will talk to call out to Lev and go, actually, Lev.
Yes, Lev will turn around.
I was thinking, we are on a bit of a time crunch right now. Maybe we should split up. There was that records room as well. Maybe we can split into two groups. You can come join us once you grab everything else, because I imagine moving the monolith is going to be a bit of a task all on its own.
Right. I'll need to look over Dr. Henry's notes about how to handle that thing. Okay. All right. Yes. No. If we want to all split up, that would be great. I know that you're better with inventions like I am, but I believe you, Miix. And he kind of looks to you and says,
I can go with you.
all right. Wonderful. In that case, we shall meet the rest of you at the innermost lab then.
Agreed.
And
yeah, Pryor grabs Kai and Merru, metaphorically, not physically, and heads off towards the laboratory.
absolutely, the three of you are able to head off, and Miix, you are able to travel with Lev. If there's anything you'd like to say to him as you all are proceeding.
Yeah, you know what? This is a really good time for Miix to talk to Lev.
Absolutely.
Miix will, as the two of them make their way, she pulls him aside and says, "Wait, Lev.
Yes, Miix. He'll turn towards you.
Between the two of us, I don't think this will take too long, so I'm going to use this opportunity together to ask you a couple things.
Of course. If you have anything, feel free to ask away, and I will answer to the best of my ability.
Right? Where do I start? I guess to cut to the chase, why do you do what you do?
Do you refer to, why I was doing, this in particular? He kind of gestures around, or are you just referring to, in general, my activities with the Yurodiviye?
Why are you the way you are? I mean,
That.
in a sense of you're part of the Yurodiviye, and I like to think myself well informed enough to know the general knowledge that most well informed citizens of the city know about different organizations. The goals of the Yurodiviye are noble, and you certainly ascribe to them. But you're not like what I'd heard. And frankly, what I'm sure most people have heard about the Yurodiviye. I'm sure that you know that many refer to the Yurodiviye as slow, as an organization who perhaps does not enact change as quickly as many would like. I'm not going to pretend I know the inner workings of a syndicate that I'm not a part of. These are rumors, and they could be baseless, but all rumors I find are based in truths. And you're not like that. You're about action. If anything, you're reckless. I think we can all agree on that.
So
why be a part of the Yurodiviye? Why are you doing all this? And how... I'm sorry to ask two different questions at once. Two questions who are quite difficult to answer, truthfully, but my other question is how do you come to terms with sacrificing people? You seem to be prepared to. You are at least a leader to your men, and to enact change, the change that you want to enact, does not require only words. It requires bloodshed. It is violent. change is brought about through violence, and leaders need to be able to accept that they will have to sacrifice others or perhaps themselves for the cause. How do you come to terms with that?
Those are certainly two very loaded questions. And you can see that Captain Lev, as you're speaking to him, has been leading you through the factory, is picking up papers, whatever he can gather, stuffing it into his coat. And as you ask those, Miix, the light does wash over all of you, and all of you can regain, even those of you split off from the group, a point of sanity and a point of health. As he sort of straightens up, turns to you and he says, I admit I wish the Yurodiviye worked faster than they did. I am part of them and work with them because this is the best avenue I have to help people and make a difference, since on my own there is very little I can do. And much as I would love to topple the system and see things immediately change, I am, as you have seen, very much not capable of that, especially on my own. And he kind of gestures around, and you can see all of the destruction and the burns left behind in this place from the soldatos and from, no doubt, Dino. As you know that Captain Lev did spend his entire day fleeing from the Capo Free of the Thumb, I, after all, could do very, very little against that capo, against either of those capos, in fact, and and you can see him reach towards his neck, kind of adjusting the bandana there as he says, if that version of Prior who we called upon had wanted me dead, I very much would have been. With a single movement from him. Miix, you must understand, I am not a very brave or powerful man. I do want to live. And while I can understand frustration with the Yurodiviye for their slowness, I also recognize that many have taken issue with me for my own, shall we say, reckless behavior. It is a delicate balance of things, and one where I am doing the best I can in the limited capacity that I have. I do not wish to have anyone sacrifice themselves for my goal. I am more than willing to lay down my own life, of course. But I would not ask just how he managed to come back. Prior did die in my place. Dr. Henry is dead. Nikolai died back then. I remember a bunch of my men have died here today, and I am sure more will die in the future, regardless of what precautions I may take to put in place. But all of us are aware of what this mission means. All of us are aware of what we must do. And I refuse to ask people to die for me. but I will not stop them for giving their lives for a cause greater than themselves. I try to know when to fold and when to retreat, if it's even possible, which in this case, it very much wasn't. But I cannot force someone to sign up, nor can I fault someone for choosing to turn and flee. I, don't suppose that answers your 2 questions to me?
It gives me a perspective that is different from the one I received before.
Well, I am
Thank
glad
you.
in that case if it could.
Thank you. I am sorry for asking something like that out of the blue, but I too am trying to enact change. I want to. I don't agree fully with how the Yurodiviye does things, though, and I can't compromise on my ideals. But I respect your answers, and I think they'll help me find my own in due time.
And I respect if you're able to come to your own conclusion, Miix. I do not like to compromise on things either. It is just one of those things where at times I have to work with what I have, and I do not have the power nor the means to attain the sort of power that some men in this world have. I caution you with whatever you do. Men like that Capo and the big brother there, they are monsters among men, and quite frankly, I do not think I or you or anyone else should be trusted with that much power on their own. Nor do I think most men are capable of attaining or doing the things needed to attain such power.
That, on that, we agree. To be someone like that, you would, you'd have to be, you couldn't really call yourself human. And Miix will pull out another cigarette, and as she lights it, she thinks back on both the conversation with Dino, but also the kind of person that could attain the kind of influence and power that love speaks of. And there's one person in her mind, one person from her past who did. But that's not something that she wants to dwell on. And so, putting her thoughts of her father aside, she will take a drag from her cigarette and say, well, let's wrap things up. Do you want one? She says, offering a cigarette to Lev.
I'm good. I have...
Not your vice of choice.
No, not really. He kind of just shakes his head at that, as he turns and says, right, we should be joining with the others, I imagine.
Yeah, let's, finish up and get going. And yeah, that'll be Miix.
Absolutely. You are able to follow him And all of you can head towards the innermost lab, where I imagine Prior, Merru, and Kai, you free, have already arrived. If there's anything you all spoke to each other about on the way there.
I think Prior is standing Prior enters, and if Micah's there, as he'll enter, he'll go, Micah, glad to see you made it out all right.
Micah looks at you and just kind of slowly blinks Prior, and it's clear he's struggling to comprehend what you're saying.
I forgot.
Yep, Micah
So
is
when you say
currently...
slowly blinks, you mean like sloth speed, like we see his eyelids like his muscles contract and his eyelids slowly start to lower.
Yep, as you watch them slowly lower and then slowly open again at a crawl.
Oh, right.
We have to talk slow for him?
Assuming that Captain Lev took Micah down to the minimum amount of time, he is currently experiencing 24 hours. Or rather to say, his 24-hour day is currently, I do believe, a 4-hour day. So to him, we are moving at 4, 8, 16, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 20. Yes, we're moving 6 times faster than we actually are to Micah. I don't think I can speak slow enough that Micah could even comprehend me, honestly. Don't worry, my the problem is solved.
You know what? Prior, make a presence leadership roll to see if he was able to comprehend that.
Absolutely.
At challenge tree.
Yeah.
4 successes. You see as Micah begins to slowly nod his head.
All right, great. Micah understands. Now, let's get the monolith out of here.
Hey, Prior. Can you all make me
Yes.
an intuition awareness check?
Like all of us?
Yes. I'll let you all know now.
Merru, take my assist.
You don't need the check to notice the monolith is not in the same place it was before.
Okay, Merru, I will also give you an assist.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What is the challenge again?
It is a scaling challenge. Challenge free is the minimum to notice things.
All right. What
my.
wait. Well, no, it's
There is a special thing
wait,
that will be revealed if you get at least 7 successes.
Oh, you tell me this after I choose not to use
You can use your
desperation.
sin. You can use your desperation.
Well,
Well, I already rolled.
he already rolled.
Oh, you know what? Well, you can roll that extra dice if you'd like for desperation.
Can I just
Actually, yeah.
wait, how do I do that? How do I
So
add
you
that?
just click like conviction or something and roll those 2 dice.
Yep.
2?
Just roll 2
Alright,
dice and something.
Isn't it
For pushing, and then
3.
oh right,
Okay.
because I forgot
Yeah.
you're desperate.
Yeah. Wait. Let me remind you.
Yep.
There we go.
Go.
He's got to show off how special he is.
He's a special guy.
I'll just
You want
roll
to take a point of
those.
health or willpower damage to make that 4?
That's a really bad idea.
You can.
I don't know what's about to happen. That's a really bad idea. No, I'm not doing that.
All right.
I don't care that well. No. I have to be smart. Don't let curiosity kill the cat.
All right. In that case,
Wait, that's 4. Now hold on. I should have just
No.
used the point. Wait, no, it's fine. I'll willpower reroll.
Yep.
you can willpower
Yep.
reroll. You can spend your sanity.
Ah!
Ah, no.
All
I
right.
got 5.
5 successes. Well, that was another threshold to notice something. So,
Oh.
the monolith is gone. In addition to that fact, you notice that all of the research papers in this room have been cleared out. There is nothing left in here. Everything is gone. And the final little thing you get for that 5 successes is you notice that in this room, all of the lights have been turned off except for one, which is almost shining down like a spotlight on Micah.
That's weird. Yeah, I think Merru, yeah, he notices that, and I think you can see him kind of, his eyes kind of turn up. Oh, his whole head actually looks up. So he's staring up at that singular light. And he just goes, "That's weird. I don't think it was like that before."
Merru, it was not like that before.
No, it was not.
As soon as Merru points everything out, Pryor looks around the room and goes, "No." Oh, not again. She didn't play us for fools twice. She couldn't have played us for fucking fools twice. She played us for fucking fools twice.
You also notice that Micah has not moved and has been staying very, very still.
She's always been one step ahead of us, this entire time, from the very beginning. And we just did her job of wiping out the thumb for her. How generous of us.
And Pryor, with that realization, you all see Lev and Miix come in as Lev says, right, so is the monolith here and everything's all good?
We've been played for fools, Lev.
Pardon?
Nice.
The ring took everything, including the monolith.
The ring's here? And you can tell Lev is reaching into his coat, looking like he's about to dig out whatever he has left, which you imagine is not very much.
I don't know, but until Micah gets some more time, we don't have an answer to that.
Right, Lev's going to run over to Micah and is going to give Micah some additional time, sharing it with the device. And as he does, you all see Micah blink rapidly as he takes a shuddering breath and he says, It's all gone.
Yeah. Micah, what happened?
I was after we, you went into the coffin and all of that, Lev said he was gonna go after you all, and took the time, and I managed to make it in here, and prior, you imagined that Micah went through the side room that was connecting to the secret one, as he says, so I went to go make sure the monolith would be okay. This woman came in. She had these free rings around her finger. And she was really scary. And I could feel myself, just falling to my knees in her presence. I couldn't tear my eyes from her. And
Artemisia. That's Artemisia, all right.
Yeah. She had a group of people with her, dressed like students of the ring. And this one at her side with white hair, he looked more important than the rest. He had these two rings. He had these two rings around his finger. But they,
Sorry, wait, she's already found a new docent, I imagine.
Yeah.
What did he look like?
Oh, he had white hair. It was tied up. He had this smile on his face. I don't know.
White hair, smile, splatters of paint on his cheek.
Yeah, he had splatters of paint on his cheek. And there was a black ribbon, tying up his hair too. I remember that.
Is that supposed to sound... What?
Friar looks straight at Merru. Because... Now... I'm pretty sure... this is apologies, my memory is failing me here. I'm pretty sure Merru shot on Andrea through the head.
I think so.
Did we not? Prior wasn't paying attention to it at the time.
Merru, you know that Andrea should be dead.
Yeah.
And you also know that you took Andrea's pendant.
Yeah. Huh.
Wait a moment.
You all also know there would have been no way for her to recover the body.
Yeah, because she was forced out of the corridor. Well, but Prior suddenly the gears in his head begin to turn, and he turns to Merru and he goes, "Calling upon people from other worlds, eh? Remember what he said the first time we met him? Like he was already a stranger in this place?"
Maybe. I mean, I'll be honest with you. The only thing I care to remember about him was the fact that I killed him.
Well, the only thing
But-
I remember is nothing.
Okay.
So
You're right. He's back one way or the other. We killed him once and we can kill him again if it comes to that. Sorry, Micah. I interrupted you.
No, it sounds like you all know him. Or her.
Yeah.
Or both of them.
Andrea and Maestro Artemisia of the Ring. We've had several altercations with her and her students. She has been stalking us. Every time we hear her name, it's after we've been put through absolute hell, and we find out that she's been playing the strings from the beginning.
Generally speaking, at least.
Perhaps we finally got one over on her, though. I doubt she planned on us killing Dino.
Yeah. She didn't really say much. So, I don't really know. She just kind of came in, had them collect the monolith. It's kind of embarrassing, but she kind of just walked up to me and then kissed me on the cheek and patted it and then said to not move at all.
Oh, is that why you're stuttering?
No, I'm stuttering because I'm absolutely terrified right now that there's a Maestro of the Ring possibly around here.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Micah. I understand.
Yeah.
We'll pat Micah on the back. It's all right. It's all right.
Prior looks up at the spotlight and says, well, we actually know, as a fact, Artemisia gets really distracted by her pieces of art, so congratulations, Micah. You made a good enough figurine that your life was spared.
That's good, I guess.
That is such a terrible way to put it, but, I guess, yeah, he's not entirely wrong.
I don't know if I can move now or not.
You should be safe. She's long gone. And Merru looks around like Artemisia is like on the ceiling or something.
You don't hear mimicry say anything prior.
Okay, yeah. He goes, you should be safe now. I imagine she took the monolith, the research, and left.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless this is like one of those horror movies where she's suddenly on the ceiling.
Please don't say that.
Like the summoning.
I have no idea what you're talking about. And Micah is going to slowly move as if he's expecting something to hurt him the moment he does. And when he slowly steps to the side, nothing happens.
All right.
Oh, look at that.
Okay.
Case closed.
Yes. She's not around anymore. I guess she just didn't know how much time she had. Well, it's to our benefit. I guess we should... Shit. Miix. We should probably... I'll show... He does turn to Captain Lev and says, I'm going to go check out the secret lab with Miix. Do you mind holding down the fort here?
Yes. I've got things handled here. If the Maestro suddenly appears, you will probably hear a lot of screaming. So...
Yeah, I'd expect nothing less. But preferably, I'd prefer to hear the sounds of you guys running.
We'll go see if she found it and took anything from there. And if she did, we'll deal with it then. And if she didn't, I won't burden you, Lev, but I can't pull that trick again. If I get back in that coffin, I am not going to get out. So
Oh.
Let's hope
Yeah.
she is long gone.
Thank God that Monolith is gone. You knew this guy was gonna. Oh God, it's a whole
I
thing.
admit it was not my finest hour. You can
Yeah, it
forgive
was-
me for being a
it
little.
It was like a little crazy. Look, I still think it's a terrible idea, and in fact, really, we should be glad. And I think Miix just starts going off as they start walking.
Prior actually seems to appreciate the normalcy of Miix and him bickering over this.
It's for sure like it is on purpose.
Yeah. Prior shoulders finally seem to drop a little bit as they start going back and forth about the monolith.
Yeah, and then the last thing you hear from Miix is, well, really, I don't think that there's any way. But actually, if we had well cheers and then
And as you both head into the secret area where the coffin was, Lev and Micah will turn back to you, Merru and Kai, and Lev will say, well, I suppose we don't have much to clean up here, as it looks like that Maestro cleaned things up, but if there's anything you need from either of us, he probably should be departing soon.
You know what, Mr. DM?
Yes, Merru.
I think Merru's been feeling a weight around his neck since back when they were all filling Prior in on everything that was going on. But I think more so after hearing this news about Artemisia and the docent that he knew he had killed. I think the stolen pendant he carries underneath his jacket, it feels kind of heavy in a way, like not literally, but you know what I mean. Because he knows what he's been able to see from the glass inside. And he remembers, talking about what he's seen before, they were really getting into the situation here. And he found that conversation back then interesting, but I think after seeing everything he's seen and heard what he's heard now, he feels this weird mix of intrigue and concern, because he's been carrying this pendant around for a while now, and he doesn't really have much of an idea of what it can do besides what he's already seen, but if it potentially could do more, that would be bad, especially if that meant in the future something like what happened now could happen again. So I think Merru will go up to Lev and Micah, and he has right now just the Shia is up so you can see one of his eyes, and he kind of clears his throat to get their attention because he doesn't want to spook Micah more than Micah already seems to be by suddenly grabbing them for information. So he just kind of clears his throat and stares at them, hoping they get the message that he wants to talk.
Both of them turn towards you, Micah jolting a bit, and Lev says, yes, Merru, how can we be of assistance?
Merru will glance at Lev before making up his mind, and his eyes trail to Micah. And now that he has Micah's attention, there's certainly no problem. So all of a sudden, he's now moving again and is pushing at Micah's shoulders to drag him aside. And while he's doing so, he just goes, "You're smart. Come with me. I gotta talk to you."
Lev, you can kind of see, looks a little crestfallen for a moment. And he says, I see, Micah's intelligence is certainly unparalleled. he just kind of hangs his head as Micah just goes, okay, and lets you drag him away, Merru.
Yeah, so, when Merru's able to drag him away, he'll then, temporarily unbutton the collar of Magic Bullet so he can more easily take, off the pendant from around his neck. And then after he does so, he holds it out to Micah by the chain, and he says, I got my own mirror thing. Got it from that docent. Tell me what it can do.
Okay.
But don't open it. If you do, you gotta do it in a certain way, or else it's gonna like flash your eyes, and then like you're gonna go all crazy. It happened to me. I was able to see like me a bunch of different times. I don't know if it does anything else, so tell me.
All right. I can take a look and see. And Micah will not open the pendant, but will take a look at it, and let me make a check. I'm gonna make 2 checks for Micah. First, I'm gonna make a technology understanding, and then I'm going to make a city secrets understanding check. All right. That was a 7 successes for technology understanding, 6 successes for city secrets understanding. Micah takes a look at the pendant that you have put before him. He kind of turns it over in his hands, and he says, okay, I recognize this sort of technology, at least from what you've described and what it seems to be. I'm not going to take a look at it, but I imagine when I open it, you said there's like the glass inside, right, that you can peer into?
Yeah, it's in a bunch of like pieces, and if I open it and I don't cover a certain thing, it flashes me, and then it felt like I was like I described it as having like a really, really intense dream that felt really real over and over again about like different versions of me. But if I do cover it and I look, I still see the other versions of me, but I still know that I'm me and I'm not them. But they're still there on the other side.
I see. All right, well, I imagine it can't do more than what you've already experienced. If it was able to bring them across, I imagine you would have already activated that. It seems more like this is a way for you to look into it, or for someone to look into it. I can't figure out all the capabilities, given I would need the notes that Dr. Henry was working on, and given that he's no longer with us, and I need to know a bit more about whatever the ring was doing. So if I had a chance, I could learn more about what exactly this is. But from the sound of it, it seems like it's a way to at least peer into other worlds. Maybe there's a way to take the knowledge out of the other yous that you're seeing in there. But it sounds like when you try to communicate with them or look into them, that it ends up messing and scrambling your mind instead. So I don't know if there's a safe way to do it.
Okay. That makes sense. He's nodding his head, even though he has no clue how Micah was able to decipher that. I mean, it kind of makes sense how Micah was able to figure out that it couldn't do more, or probably couldn't do more. And he gives the pendant a more thoughtful look and then goes, so if I have that with me, we're not gonna have a repeat of whatever it was that you guys did to Prior, at least not with just that.
No, what we did with Prior, that's... I mean, the pendant is not nearly big enough to do something like that, I imagine. Plus, there's not like there's any place where we can really put him in with this thing. I don't believe there's a way to take out whatever is inside the pendant. Maybe there'd be a way to rig something up, but as far as I'm aware, that's an impossibility.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's what I wanted to know. Just wanted to make sure wouldn't have to deal with that again. So, that's all. And then Merru holds his hand out again and kind of like does like a grabby motion, like give it back.
Oh, yes, of course. Micah will hand the pendant back to you.
And Merru won't like snatch his hand away because he knows that it's not going to be taken from him, but he immediately puts the pendant back on around his neck and buttons up his collar, and he goes, I didn't have anything else to say to you. That's all I wanted to know. So, we can end the conversation now.
Okay. Micah will kind of just awkwardly drift back over to Captain Lev's side, who was not eavesdropping, but he very clearly was like looking towards you both longingly, as if slightly saddened to have been left out of this conversation.
Well, Merru, this feels mean to say, Merru doesn't really care. He wasn't focused on Lev. Well, okay. Well, I'm not gonna lie, he wasn't really focused on Lev. I think when Micah walks away, he's done buttoning his collar again, so he just kind of like walks back over to Kai, and like not like to talk to him necessarily, unless Kai had anything to say to him. It's more just he naturally drifts over to where Kai is because he tends to do that.
Yeah. You know, Kai doesn't have anything to say. They're just
they're
just
just chilling. Yeah.
Absolutely. And Prior, Miix, both of you went to the secret lab, correct?
Yes.
Absolutely. You both are able to enter into there. And you find that the coffin you were in previously, prior, has been completely destroyed.
Oh, no! It's all gone. Every last piece of it's gone. Prior does quicken his pace towards the coffin and starts searching through the debris for anything that wasn't destroyed.
Absolutely. Can you make me an intuition awareness check? Or no, actually, this would be an investigation. An intuition investigation.
May I argue he may use craft because he's looking for anything that is salvageable in the machine.
You know what? I'll give you an intuition craft roll instead.
I am going to push this result. Do I have a challenge?
The challenge is challenge 5 at minimum. Would you like to spend some sanity and re-roll?
Yeah, you know what? Nope. Despite his best efforts, Pryor digs and digs and digs, and I imagine he doesn't find anything of use.
Yep, 4 successes, you find nothing of use here. The coffin has been completely destroyed. All of the equipment has been destroyed as well. And I will give you that the markings of the weapon are very familiar.
I know we had already said that this technology had problems, but maybe we could have we could have refined it. We could have made it functional. Take the strength without losing our memories. Between the two of us, Miix, I'm sure we would have found a way, but it seems our enemy has taken the opportunity from us before we could even seize it.
Between the two of us, I'm sure I would have been doing quite a bit of work. To be blunt with you, Pryor, I don't think we need to mess with this stuff, alright? You didn't see it. I did. At least some of it. The way that it worked, it didn't seem stable, and the kind of person you would need to stabilize bringing out alternate selves from this mirror whatever. I mean, you would have to understand every single mechanism that goes into making it work in the first place. Again, I must reiterate, this technology was made by someone who is above and beyond from what I have seen, even in my own colleagues. This is something that truly requires the most intricate knowledge of every single piece that is making this work. If I had the time and resources, sure, but we don't have the time. We don't have the resources.
Miix, there is something only you, of all of us, understand as well as I do. Merru and Kai, I don't think they grasp as well as you and I do, because you've tasted the same highs I have. You were once Nestborn. You were once a Leonis. You were once on the upper echelon, and it's something both of us have danced around and never really discussed. But you've seen what powerful people in this city are capable of. You've seen what influence and strength and money can get you here. You are aware of the difference. You are aware of the wall no one talks about, that barrier between the haves and the have-nots, and it is impenetrable. And people can throw themselves up against that wall until their heads bleed and their bones are mush and they don't get to break it. The only way to cross that barrier is to ascend beyond what you are capable of. We are going up against things, Miix, that maybe in both of our primes, we could have handled. A maestro? A capo like Dino? What's next? Are the Soto capos going to be coming after us? Who else is going to be after these Golden Boughs now? And maybe next time Artemisia stalks us, she'll decide to confront us in person. You were right about the Monolith. And maybe you're even right about this technology, but Miix, you know we're coming up against the wall, right? And we don't have a way to scale it.
It's easy for you to say that, but I can't agree with that. That's not. There's a line that separates us from the people who are truly strong, and that's not a line we can easily cross. And I understand that if we found this technology and used it, maybe we could find other versions that have. But there's too many unknowns, too many variables, too many things that make me hesitate. If it's just my life on the line, Briar, I can accept that. But if I have to put you, if I have to put Kai, if I have to put Merru at risk, if there's a chance that they become what you became, I can't risk that. I'm not going to risk the people that I love. Okay? If there was a way, a chance, if I could meet the person who made this, maybe. But that's not happening, and I don't want to risk everything we've done. We can get through this. My butler, one of my butlers, the chief butler, Natalia, you know what she said to me once? She told me that there is a line that separates humans from monsters. But that line doesn't mean that humans can't defeat monsters. We have other ways. We've gotten through situations without having the advantage in pure power. We've been able to crawl on our hands and knees to the finish line. I'm worried, Prior, that you're starting to get drunk on this power, on this idea that maybe this can give you strength that deep down you've been looking for. Maybe, Prior, maybe the person in front of me, I'm worried, is still the person that I saw from before. I know that's not true, but when I look at in your eyes, when I see what's inside them, I worry. So I implore you, we cannot follow this path. I will not take that risk. There are other ways to change this city. But over the conversations I've had, I've met a man who talked to me about sacrifice. I've met a man who talked to me about being another cog in the wheel. And I met a man who spoke to me about giving people a choice, about never forcing others. And I think right now my answer right now is I want to choose something else.
I appreciate your honesty, Miix. I truly do. And you're right. You are right. That if you look into my eyes right now, you will see a man searching for power. And I never met your butler. The butler of one of the great houses of L Corp. The butler of the Leonis family. How much on do you think her augments cost, Miix? How many boluses do you think she could have afforded? How many relics do you think your father could have loaded her up with if she needed to go kill a monster? How much power could be contained in one person when they have the backing of a man who, at his whim, got a director of another corporation to read his will like a lawyer? How much power does a dead man wield? Enough that your name still means something. And how much do you think your father had to give up to get that power?
Fire, I'm gonna give you something to think about. That man was not powerful because he had people around him. He was powerful because he threw everyone around him away. Everyone is a resource.
I don't
think that's what you want for us.
It's not what I want. I want you all to be safe. I know that ID, that identity I wore wasn't the answer. I know this coffin isn't the answer. I knew the monolith wasn't the answer. But the only thing I can give up to protect you all is myself.
We're not asking you to give up yourself. How many times do I have to tell that before it gets into your head? How many times do I have to tell you that it's not always about what you can do, it's about what we can do as a family? It's about what we can do together. If things could be resolved just by you taking a loaded gun and blowing your fucking head off, then fine. But it's not how the world works.
It's not how the world works.
people.
No, Miix, it's shut the fuck up. It's not how the world works when you're weak, when you're as weak as I am now, when I looked Dino in the eyes and realized that my family, because I do think of you all as family, you are the people who I would bleed for, who I would die for, who I would suffer the pains and agonies of this world for everyone in the facility. I know I can't solve all your problems for you, but we are approaching a point where someone is going to need to give something they can't take back. And what? You're telling me it doesn't have to be me. Well, guess what, Miix? The reason you're telling me it doesn't have to be me is because in your head you think it's gonna be you. And in Merru's head, he thinks it's gonna be him. And I'm sure in Kai's head, he thinks it's gonna be him. We are all a bunch of self-righteous, self-sacrificing jackasses for each other. We have given everything for each other. We have walked into death for each other. One of us is eventually going to do something they can't take back. And I am going to have to live with that for all of eternity. Because unlike the rest of you, I will be here in 100 years. I will probably be here in 1,000 years. If I'm not the one who gives something first. And I don't want to give that. I want to grow old with the rest of you. I want to see us win. I want to see the facility prosper. But I can't do that unless we come up with a way we can all become stronger. And if we can't all become stronger, one of us is going to need to become stronger. Miix. So which one of us is it going to be in your head? Or are you going to sit here and say, we'll push it down the road, we'll think of another solution until the next Dino shows up, and this one isn't going to take us alive. This one is going to disintegrate Kai with fire before any of us can even blink. And then what then?
Won't let that happen.
Oh, you won't let that happen with what power, Miix, that you hold right now? Here's a thought experiment. We've just killed 2 fucking capos of the thumb. What are you going to do the second we walk out of this room, a Soto capo walks in the door and says, for our grave insult, we are all going to be put to death? What's your plan in that exact moment? Tell me.
And what's yours then?
Mine was this, or the Monolith, or something. It would have been a preparatory step. That is the point. We don't like these powers, but this city runs on suffering, and someone is going to suffer. And if we're not the ones who choose what that suffering is, we will have the choice made for us by someone else who was willing to suffer more.
Not disagreeing on the fact that we have to do something, but I don't believe that these are it. You speak of augmentations, of boluses. Those are things that are proven. Those are things that we can work towards. But this is not the way, Prior. You weren't there. You weren't yourself. You are something different, and how can I trust every time we do that you won't have a different version of yourself who doesn't want to help us? How can you trust us to some other version of yourself? I couldn't trust another version of me to do the things that I need to do. I'm not gonna let someone else take my ideals. I can't do this. Okay? There's another way. There always is. And if there isn't, we just make one ourselves. We've done that so far. I'm asking you to have some goddamn faith.
Do you think you asked me if I thought my brother would have forgiven me? You asked me if I thought he would be proud of the man I became. His love is something I had to sacrifice so that I could be strong enough to protect all the other people who were relying on me. And I carry that with me. He was a good man. That's what I tell people. But in truth, he was a big brother piece of shit who killed everyone who even looked at him the wrong way. He was middle trash who didn't give a shit about the human cost of life. The people who called me family back then were awful, disgusting filth. And they were strong, so they got to do whatever they want. And you're right. I lost myself. I became them because at a certain point, I sacrificed the wrong thing. I didn't have people. And I can't trust that another version of myself learned that lesson. I promise. Miix, your words have reached me. No more mirror identities. I'll drop it. This isn't a path to power. You're right. I'm sorry.
You're not. Just don't understand. It's not asking for an apology. There's something fundamentally broken about you, Friar. And I don't know. I'm worried that you're just gonna snap at the worst moment. Because if you don't get this handled, you will. It's gonna happen. And it's gonna affect everyone, not just you. I don't need an apology. I don't need you to suck the air in between your teeth because you don't want to have to deal with this conversation anymore. What I need is for you to actually think about what you're doing, about the consequences of the things that you say and the things that you do. What I need is for you to get your head out of your ass and finally realize that you're not the main character. You're not the hero of this story.
Then what am I, Miix?
A
Side
tritagonist
character
at
in your
best.
We're all the heroes of our own story. We are all fighting for our own ideals. But I get what you mean. I don't want the end point of my story to be the end point of yours.
All right.
I truly hope that I am wrong, and I hope you know that. I hope we do not encounter anything again that we cannot handle. Because we have scrapped our way through a lot so far. Can you promise me one thing in return, though, Miix?
What?
Think of a way we all can become stronger. Because I can stop looking for an answer for myself, so long as I can be assured that someone I trust is looking for an answer for all of us.
I'll find something.
Okay. I will be waiting to hear your answer.
Let's get going.
You are family, you know that, right?
Miix pulls out a cigarette and lights it.
Still bad for you. I know we have the ampules, but come on.
Let's go. Let's just go. Miix says, and she just looks tired.
Rich girls, no idea the cost of a good replacement longman. And Pryor will follow Miix out of the laboratory, looking back at the destroyed wreckage of the coffin one more time before he goes.
As you look back, Pryor, a single light flickers on and then shuts off. And do you both rejoin
I think we do.
your fellow managers?
Yeah, Miix like completely normal, not betraying a hint that they just had a big argument. Like,
Absolutely. You both are able to rejoin the rest of your team. And Lev will turn and will say, anything of use in there?
no,
Artemisia.
unfortunately.
Pryor stops talking and lets Miix go.
Unfortunately not. Everything in there was basically trashed.
I should have expected as much, but figured it was worth asking just in case. All right, well, yes, Lev kind of just claps his hands together, looks around and says, well, with that, I think I've recovered everything that we need here. Right, could you all tell me where the other Yurodiviye are? Because I just realized I know there was a group of them tossing things in outside, so I'm sure I'll be able to scoop that whole group up, but...
Pryor pulls out his little Yurodiviye tablet and sends Lev the coordinates he sent the other Yurodiviye.
Wonderful. Okay, well, I'll go grab the group outside, and then I'll go pick those ones up, and we are going to skedaddle and get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of heading to P Corp. There's been a lot happening here, and I figure that might be the best place for us to go next. It's quite a ways away from T Corp. So, yes.
Just take some time for you to catch your breath.
I assure you there will be plenty of time for me to catch my breath once I have evaded the time tax collectors.
Right.
But
luck.
Right. I hear P Corp is actually nice this time of year.
is it? I've never actually been to P Corp, so I'm
Oh.
gonna see what it's like there and see what we can do to help over in that area. But yes, is there anything else? He looks like he's thinking for a moment before he shakes his head and he says, well, unless you have anything else for Micah and I'm gonna go collect my comrades and we are going to leave.
Yeah, I mean, good luck over in P Corps. I personally prefer H Corps' aesthetic myself, but
Oh, goodness, don't go to H Corp. Do not go to H Corp. I've heard some not so great things about it from someone.
fun place to go around, though.
See, well, I will keep this about H Corp in mind.
I mean, it is actually very nice, so long as you're,
Busy, nice streets. Everything is right next to each other. Just try not to get crushed in the walls.
Yeah, don't stay somewhere high. Don't stay somewhere high up.
I see. Lev looks like he's thinking. Like there is something being calculated in that brain there before he
Either
says, right.
P Corp's a good place to start. Try not to piss off any more capos, maybe?
I am going to do my best to not piss off any more capos. I did not expect to piss off any capos, so I'm gonna be avoiding the fingers as best I can for a while.
Yeah, maybe just stick to the she.
I'd also like to avoid the she.
Just stay, keep low for a bit.
Right, are you all being given problems by the she still? It seemed like there was a bit of an issue going on for a little.
We handled it.
Oh,
Yeah, we're good.
good. Wonderful. Gonna avoid she. Gonna avoid the fingers. Well-
All right. Well, good luck.
And to you all as well. And he kind of tips his hat, and he and Micah, unless any of you stop them, are going to leave.
Miix will go over to Micah and say, I really do hope you're able to take some time to decompress.
Oh, thank you. I will try to keep the captain under control. I think he needs a moment to catch his breath too, especially given we kind of have to run and lay low for a little. So, yeah, I will also make sure those soldatos are under our care as well. They're kind of scary, but, yeah.
Miix smiles and nods, just pats Micah on the shoulder. You'll be okay.
I hope so.
Good luck.
Thank you, all of you as well. I really, really hope that Maestro doesn't come for you all or for us.
Yeah, don't worry. We're good at getting out of bad situations, so we'll be okay.
That's good. And as Micah turns to go, Merru, you see his eyes glance to you once more, knowing that he's no doubt probably thinking of that pendant you have on you as Micah leaves.
Well, Yeah, Merru will just do like a small little nod as Micah leaves.
Absolutely. And
Miix will turn to the others and say, "All right, let's go home."
yes, are you all ready to head back to the RV?
Please.
Please.
Incredibly
Yeah.
ready.
Please.
Absolutely. You all can head on out. You are not stopped as you leave. I imagine that there's no cleaning up all the bodies here.
No.
Nope.
Absolutely. You leave behind the carnage and the wreckage here and head back out onto T Corp's streets.
It'll be nice to get back to the Lady Wolf. Oh, I've missed her.
It'll be nice to
And
get out of here so I
Pascal.
can see color again.
What did you say, sorry?
It'll be nice to get out of here so I
Yeah.
can finally see in
I-
color again.
I admit, actually, now that I've been here for a little bit, this place is quite dreary. I retract my earlier comments.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's not. I really do prefer H Corp. It's got a really nice culture. I've
Okay,
been-
Listen.
we heard you the first time.
Yeah.
No,
I enjoy it.
I didn't even
Look,
know
there-
the place.
oh, it's okay.
You
It's
enjoy it. It's lovely. I mean,
I feel like
obviously you have to be
Saying that it's
careful.
probably not true.
Well, I do speak from a Nestborn perspective,
Nah,
but the
yeah.
Pelicans really do help when it comes.
I don't even
to
know what that
travel.
is. What is
It's
it?
really-
What?
the entire corp is in a giant box. You should be aware of that.
And I love it.
What?
Oh God.
Why? Why do you want to live in a box?
It's like very dense, but like everything is right next to each other. There's always people in the streets, super busy. It's
But
nice.
there's people
it's
in the
nice
streets
place
busy. Look over. There's people in the streets right here.
to be.
If that's the
Yeah.
only good thing about it, I'm pretty sure I could list, I don't know, how many districts are there in the city? There's probably a place everywhere in a district where there's a lot of people.
It's
Okay.
well,
Okay,
more
actually-
on my street.
I guess we've never said if you had to vacation in any one corp, where would you go?
I don't know
Uh,
like any districts that
That's a
well.
really good question. Probably. You know, I've always personally, been a big. Well, we've been to K Corp, but like to actually visit K Corp is kind of nice actually. I don't think it's that bad. Although I will say, I was not personally the biggest fan when I visited Encore once. Not the biggest fan.
Thank you. N Corp sucks.
Yeah,
God.
I did not enjoy it.
Okay.
You know, this sounds like a
Um,
conversation for people with more money than I've ever had. So
W Core, I quite
Don't
like
go.
it. Like
Don't go to
no,
W
no,
Corp.
no, no, don't. So don't.
Well-
I quite like it. Absolutely not.
well,
Absolutely not.
Well, I quite like W Core. I think
I don't
like,
care. That's not a
the
good place to go.
aesthetic
You're not.
is so
No,
nice.
no. The aesthetic.
Um,
We're not having this conversation anymore. You
Don't-
can't talk
please-
to the person
please,
from the back
please.
streets of there and say, I like the aesthetics. No.
Please tell me, Miix, you've never been to the Streets of Flavor. Please tell me.
The what?
Okay, good. Good.
Anyways,
Yeah,
All right.
that's your answer.
That's
I'm-
a good answer.
I'm just saying. Although I've always wanted to visit X Corp. Never have myself, but
Mm.
always wanted to.
I'm gonna give a contentious answer here. I'm going to give an answer a lot of people don't actually give. I'm going to say my favorite corp to visit is D Corp.
Why?
Why?
I like Force.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Where else in
I-
the city can you get that much nature?
Is there a forest in Cape Corp?
Oh, yeah, but it's not It's a
What's the difference?
forest
It's got
in
trees.
the same way everything.
It's got trees.
Well,
Isn't that
also,
what a forest
like-
is? A place with trees?
Yeah, and also basically every single one of my family's estates had like a big.
Okay,
like,
I don't care
garden
about your-
forest.
We
If
don't
anyone
have
wants
the
to
money
know
be
my
on
answer,
family estates.
I want to go back down to the beach.
You know what? Actually,
I liked
the
the
I
nicer
mean, I don't
areas
want
of
to go
Ucore.
back there, but if I had to pick a place to go, I'd say that because Prior promised me he'd teach me how to swim.
You know what? Actually, no. A trip back to Ucore. Once all this is done and we have all the golden boughs, I am taking you all fishing.
Well, also,
In, like,
first
the
of
Wait,
nice
all,
all of us?
I am the best fisher.
I don't wanna go anymore.
But also,
Merru,
Mary's
of
just
course,
jealous
we
because I
had a
couldn't get the big
conversation.
fish. You're
That's
just jealous
not
you couldn't get the
true.
big fish. No,
That
it literally
isn't
is.
true.
It
I was
literally
saying
is.
that because Prior told me that he'd bring me.
Oh
yes,
my god.
Merru, that would be after I teach you how to swim. I'm not going to bring you fishing until I've taught you how to swim.
Oh my
I'm-
god.
Of course, I haven't forgotten that I'm going to teach you how to swim. It's an important
You don't know how to
skill.
swim?
Well, everyone knows
Of
how
course
to
I don't
swim
know
a
how to
little
swim. Of course I don't know how to swim. I mean, not that you'd know because you've never been to my district. But no one knows. It's not just a me thing. No one knows how to swim.
If you
What do you
haven't
mean
been in
no
the
one
water,
knows
why
how
would
to
you
No
know
one knows how to swim.
What do you
Until
mean
now.
no one knows how to swim? So
Kai,
many
do
people
you know how to swim?
Kai, do you know how to swim?
I feel like, sorry, this is player. Kai should know how to swim, right? Like to some extent.
Kai's-
He's probably not a great swimmer.
Kai's, yeah, I mean, Kai's been to a bunch of different districts. It makes
Yeah.
sense he's been to a district
Yeah.
with water before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, cool. I figured that was the case. I didn't want to
Yeah.
be wrong. Well enough, I can
What?
keep above water.
See?
I've never met someone who knows how to swim. I mean,
Oh
it's not like
my-
a topic that comes up because no one swims.
Oh my
How
god.
do you
But-
learn how to?
If you've been somewhere with water, it makes
Well,
perfect
no.
sense. If you're not
All I've
somewhere
seen are
with a lot of
buildings and
water.
buildings and more buildings.
Oh
Yeah,
my
no,
God.
I'm not judging you for not being able to swim.
It's
I
not-
think that's perfectly
not
normal.
normal
for...
thing. It's normal.
It's a normal thing. It's
It's
a
a norm-
normal thing for people to know how to swim. I
It's
think
a normal
it's not,
thing.
It's not a normal thing
if
to
you're
know
near
how to swim.
water.
Maybe if you're like in the nest, maybe, but not me.
What? You know how much the Great Lake borders? Plenty of people know how to swim.
Hey,
What?
managing.
Probably not in the lakes, but like, What?
Yes.
Yes,
Can
Please,
I-
come on. We're having a good moment. Yes,
Mr.
DM.
DM, you're
As
gonna
you're
piss me
all
off if you fuck us over.
bickering amongst yourselves, a couple of things happen. First of all, you can all gain an additional point of sin.
Okay.
Second of all,
That's good.
you all feel a warm light washing over you and can all gain a point of sanity. And
This conversation is sanity healing, yes.
third of all, Merru, you have the highest awareness. And you can all gain a point of health as well.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay.
But what? Run that back. Run that back,
Yes.
big dog. What's,
What about
what's going
me?
on?
As you're all discussing places to go in the districts and the topic of swimming, you see the RV. And you see the person outside of the RV, standing there,
Oh.
waiting for you all. It is a
God.
man dressed in a top hat and dressed in the garb of the law enforcement of T Corp.
Oh. I think Merru, as they're all bickering, Merru will notice the T Corp person and he'll just go shit.
Oh.
Miix, did you park in another no parking zone?
no,
I
didn't.
swear, if we are getting another parking ticket, I am going to lose my mind.
Okay, just shut up.
Shut up.
I speak.
What?
Okay, I speak cop. Let me talk to him. just shh. Hello, Miss. Oh, God. Hello, officer. Miix says, as she walks up with a disarming smile, a winning smile, if you will. How may I help you today?
Miix, this man just looks at you. There is no emotion or expression on his face. And he has a slip of paper in his hand, and he says, "Who is the owner of this vehicle?"
Miix like twitches and slowly turns back towards the others, who I'm sure are dead silent, and then with the forced fake grin turns slowly back and then says, what would seem to be the problem, officer?
"I am a tax collector from T Corp's Time Collections Agency, and the four of you have
yes?
received a summons from T Corp." And he holds the slip out.
Oh God, it's a jury summon. It's not a ticket.
Miix will take the notice.
Absolutely. Miix, do you read the summons?
Yes.
The letter is filled with legal jargon, but the gist of it is that T Corp noticed unusual time activity coming from a location you all imagine is the abandoned factory you had just come from. And it reads that you four are suspected of having ties to the syndicate known as the Yurodiviye. You have been allotted a 24-hour time period, according to, of course, head standard time, to turn yourselves in for interrogation. Failure to comply will be considered proof of guilt, resulting in the four of you being considered hostile individuals by T Corp, and as such, force will be used that they would use against enemies of the district.
Miix reads that. Her eyes kind of glaze over, and then she looks back up. "Rightio, officer. We will answer this summons right away."
You should be given a 24-hour time period to do as you wish, as long as you appear at the location specified before the time is up.
Yes, sir. Is there anything else we can do for you?
No, if you have any further questions, you may direct them at me.
What brand of cigarettes you smoke?
I do not smoke.
Oh, I thought that was a... I see. I don't think we have any further questions, so, thank you.
Unless any
Good
of
day to you, officer.
Oh, sorry. What? Please repeat
No,
what you said.
prior just like speaks from the line like, "Good day, officer." Oh, does it say
Good
on the
day.
summons what station we're supposed to report to, or is it just any one?
Yes, it says what specific station you're all supposed to report to. It is somewhere within walking distance from your current location.
Great. Much appreciated.
Good day.
And the time collector will leave unless any of you stop him.
Nope.
As soon as he leaves, Miix is like, "That guy had a fucking cigarette in his mouth."
Maybe he just didn't
Nerve
like you.
of that jerk. I don't smoke. I can smell the nicotine.
Maybe you were just smelling yourself.
Well,
Third pack today? Not pack. One
Pack?
How much is in a pack? How much is in a pack? It could have been. It could have been with how you've been smoking lately.
I
Third
don't
cigarette today?
smoke a pack a day. First of all, there's...
You're on your way to though.
I don't even smoke
I was
that
right about
often.
the 3. You threw
Look,
3
we
today.
almost died.
3.
I'm allowed a smoke.
We
Well,
almost die basically all the time right now.
Yeah, and-
It's a high stress environment. I'm surprised none of you. Well, actually,
I mean, I do.
You guys all have your own vices, but like my point is, why is it a big deal when I do it?
Because you did it 3 times. I did
You
it
do
once.
it inside the RV.
You do it
I
inside
don't do it in the
RV.
outside the RV that much, and also I blow it out of the
You blew
window.
smoke in Pryor's face.
Well,
still
that's
remember that.
because I
You
was
woke
kind of
him up by
pissed.
blowing smoke in his face.
Yeah, because I was
I'm just
pissed.
saying. I don't think Mr. T4
Also,
liked
I
you very
don't.
much.
First of all, I don't smoke inside that often, and when I do, I always blow it out the window. And second of all, I blew smoke in Pryor's face because he was pissing me off a little bit.
Those
Third
are
of all,
two conflicting statements.
I mean,
Right.
I didn't mind too much. It's like my lungs can regrow, so you know,
Yeah.
if
Not
it's gonna
the
happen
point.
to anyone.
Not the
My-
not the
see,
point.
he said it's fine.
Not the point.
Oh my god. Look,
My
anyways.
point was just saying I don't think that guy liked you.
Okay, yeah, I
I-
don't think he liked any of us. We got summoned by fucking T-Core.
I
Yeah,
think
no, that did happen.
we should be okay because I didn't use any of my personal time, and hence why I didn't want to give you all too much time. If the T Corp collector checks any of our time devices, our individual time is consistent. We did not use or transfer or make any adjustments to our time throughout today. All we need to do is be honest that we encountered a member of the Yurodiviye who was doing some illegal time stuff, and that it was absolutely and 100% that unknown Yurodiviye captain and not us.
Yeah,
Well,
we're gonna lie. Like a
Is-
bunch of liars.
wait, is that lying?
That is
It's telling the truth while omitting our
My
wider
lie.
connection.
Yeah, I mean we didn't do.
We have not technically done anything.
Yeah, we didn't do anything, so we're fine. Right?
We didn't
That's
build
true.
we didn't build the time device.
Yeah, that's
We
all they
didn't
care
activate
about.
the time device.
God, I fucking.
We didn't have anything to do with that.
I hate.
Worst case scenario, and they saddle us with a time bill, I should be able to cover it maybe. It might it as long as as long as we can minimize us to an under a certain value, I can pay it off without it being too suspicious.
That's good.
If it's over a certain value, we'll have to look over our options.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying though. I fucking hate this city. I hate, imagine having, I don't say imagine, why does this place have like a special tax collector office that goes after your time because, oh no, they didn't get their fair share. I really do. I don't like tax collectors. I don't like cops. I don't like any of that. Oh god.
Well,
You
hold
said
on,
you
hold on.
speak cop.
You don't like tax collectors. Listen, the time tax collectors, definitely horrible. But taxes are good for a society.
Oh my
if
god.
they're no,
Don't,
do you like
don't defend the
roads?
taxmen to
Do
me.
Do you like roads, Miix?
Oh.
Do you like Wolf? Do you like Wolf not hitting a pothole every 3 seconds? Because
You know-
if
I
you
think
like
there's a ton of
Wolf
potholes
not being
with
fucked
tax
up,
rates.
you like taxes, Miix.
I'm saying that I don't like it when the taxes are used to fill the pockets of the fat cats who only use it for their personal gain, which is usually what they're used for. But maybe we should get into this right now out in the streets.
Yeah, we got like 23 hours
All I'm
and
saying-
something minutes.
When I collected taxes, it was good, but I'm just
Oh,
saying.
so when you do
Okay.
it, it's good. All right. First of
Okay,
all,
moving
you
on.
being a tax collector, what next? You're gonna be a landlord? Let's just, oh god, all right, let's just go inside.
Let's go inside.
Pryor is silent about the fact that he absolutely was a landlord. He owned the entire area around the web, but he keeps that shit to himself. That's not relevant to the conversation right now.
Oh, he better.
Was gonna say he was a landlord.
Absolutely. And as you all head into the RV, I think this is the perfect place to take an intermission. We will be back in 15 minutes. I hope you are all excited for what is in store, and we shall see you then. Welcome back, everyone, for the second part of our session. And the four of you were able to take a chance to catch your breaths and say your farewells to Captain Lev and Micah. You all learned that the Maestro Artemisia has made off with the Monolith and destroyed the coffin that allowed Big Brother Pryor to be brought into this world. As you all headed back to the RV, you were apprehended by a tax collector from T Corp, and you were given a summons. You all have less than 24 hours before you are expected to show up at the location specified. And so, you all have a moment to breathe and discuss your next steps. What would the four of you like to do?
Man, it's just nice to be back in the RV for a minute. Pryor will take a moment to sit down on the couch, not falling asleep, and he will look around the group and just say, oh, all right. I guess we should rest up, take a moment to get our legs stretched out, and then we should head over to the T Corp collection office.
That sounds about right. And I personally am starving. I can get some food going. So, thank you. Would anybody want some food? It is my day.
I'm not hungry. I am going to handle this, and Merru kind of gestures at his like remaining injuries.
Yeah, no, you should. Would the rest of you like some food? Because it is about that time of day.
I've never been a man to turn down a meal, but I think first and foremost, we should discuss our strategy before everyone goes off to bandage their own wounds and lick their own scars, I guess. I don't know, what's the saying?
Lick your wounds.
Lick your wounds.
Thank you. Pryor rubs his temples, and he... Now that the adrenaline seems to have worn off, Pryor does, like, look a little out of it, but as he shakes his head, he sighs. Either way, we'll get through the T Corp collection, and then we'll have to make our way out of the district as soon as possible. I don't think the plan has changed.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
This detour cost us more than we expected. I suggest after we clean up here, we head back to the facility. Is there any objections to this plan?
No. It'll be good to see everyone back home for a bit.
Then, my next suggestion is we head straight to W Corp afterwards.
I see.
I know we all have our own reasons to go to W Corp, and Not all of them are particularly happy. But, oh, holy shit.
What?
Nice one, Pascal.
Pascal beeps.
Sorry, what was I saying?
Us not having happy reasons.
Right, we don't have happy reasons. We should probably contact the facility, but I think we should patch our wounds first.
Yeah. I agree. I'd rather not call them while half of us are still pretty injured.
We have
Probably not a
24
good look.
hours. I suggest we make use of them all.
I will
At
let
least half.
Sorry,
Oh,
not mean
sorry,
to cut you
Mr.
off
DM?
there, Merru. Yes, I will let you all
no,
know
thank you.
that the light washes over you all. You all can heal a point of sanity. I imagine you all are going to be taking the time right now to recover how you can, and you can have any discussions amongst yourselves you'd like to have. So I will let you all know right now. You will be able to heal a number of health equal to your endurance, and a number of sanity equal to your calmness or focus, whichever is higher. Any other wounds, however, will remain for the next portion that you go into.
I can deal with that.
Yeah. Miix will nod and say, I think we've got a plan at least.
Yes.
And
When we get to... Oh, go ahead.
oh, sorry, I cut you off. You all can heal an additional point of health, thanks to the light. And please continue, Prior.
I know it's a little early. We're gonna have to go back to the facility and discuss our options, but... we know, at the very least, there is a Golden Bough in W Corp we can potentially get our hands on. And Miix, you've expressed a desire to head there, as I've expressed one myself.
Yes. That sounds about right.
We will discuss it further when we're all able to get back to the facility, though. We are definitely going to need to bring allies. We are definitely going to need to get some more healing ampules, as the web is an incredibly dangerous place. Until then, though, let's just focus on getting out of T Corp for now, all right? If you need me, I will be going over my records with T Corp and seeing if there's any tricks I can pull or favors I can call on if we need to. I don't think there will be, but nothing wrong with looking for a miracle, even if it isn't there.
Yeah. I'll be in the kitchen. I'll make some meals for all of us. She says, slightly emphasizing all of us. And then looks over at Kai and says, once you have some time to patch yourself up, actually, if I could talk to you, come find me in the kitchen.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna have Kai wrap up his wounds and then go and hang out in the little booth area in the kitchen anyway, so.
Merru. When you're done patching your wounds, do you want me to do a check over of your augments, making sure the fire didn't scorch anything?
And initially, Merru, like his initial reaction, as always, is to go, "Nah, I'm fine." But he like, you can see like him going to say that and then stopping, and then he goes, "I guess so."
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll take a look over. Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
And Miix, you are in the kitchen at the moment as all of you split to go handle your things. I imagine you get yourself all patched up. And whenever the two of you want to find each other, if there's anything you both have to describe before that, please feel free to. Before you go to find Miix.
I think we don't really have, I feel like we have rather rudimentary medical equipment here, so Kai's probably just, got a salve on his burns. His face is probably still a bit pink, and you can't really do much about that, but at least the rest of his skin is covered up. And once he's satisfied with his wrapping job, he will make his way to the kitchen and sit at a booth and say, you wanted to talk to me?
Yeah. Miix says as she finishes up. She is making just some good old soup. Just some probably like potato and veggie soup. It's pretty creamy. Smells pretty good as she starts to like let it simmer. At this point she sort of finds a moment to pause and let the actual dish simmer for a bit, and she wipes her hands and says, yeah, I just want to talk to you about some stuff real quick, if that's all right.
Floor is yours.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. How do I say this? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that that I wasn't really able to. I'm sorry for stepping in and trying to tell off Prior, or that other version of Prior. I'm not, Miix says, raising her hand. I'm not, I know you, that might not bother you, but what I really mean is, also sorry that if I'm being honest, I didn't really do it for you. Yeah. To be honest, I was being selfish. I was doing it more for myself. I stepped in because it's gonna sound silly, but I guess my ideals. I'm sorry that, I guess I'm sorry that I stepped in at all, and B, I didn't even step in for you. It was for my own sake. You know? I recognize... I know that I don't have a lot of ground to stand on. And even with how pissed off I got, how angry I was, I all I could do was just stand there, you know? I couldn't really tell him off. I wasn't even able to refute him, you know? If you do something, make sure you go all the way, right? But I couldn't do that. Stop me if I'm just talking at you.
Continue. You're
But
fine.
it's maybe it's not even the fact that it's prior, that it was that version of prior. It's because he represents the city, this damn city. You know, it reminded me I can't really do anything. I understand that, mind you. I know I can't. I know however much I may scream, I don't really have the power to do anything. And as much as that hurts and frustrates me, you know, it's the reality. It's the reality that we live in. And yeah. I mean, I'm not looking for answers from you, you know? Something like this. I mean, not one person. There's no one single person who could really give me any answers. But you know, you're probably the only guy here who will listen to me without talking back. Miix says, like with a chuckle. But also I'm talking to you about all this because I guess I wanted to ask you something, or maybe probe your mind as much as you're willing. I just want to know if you have any thoughts on anything, like on this. You know, you're part of the people that I say I want to save, right? You're part of the people who are hurt every day, you know, the disenfranchised, I suppose. And it's those people I want to learn from, you know? I want to build a better future for everybody. And I can't do that if the only things I know are from history books and stories and the word of mouth from other people of my status, you know? You know? And I get, even if I learn all this stuff, there's a chance I still can't do as much as I want to. I mean, even if I put everything, my everything into it, you know I can't. I can only help people who want to be helped. You know? Like, to be honest with you, I don't like how you responded to the other prior. You know? I can't agree with that. But You're not something I can solve. You're a human being. You're a person with thoughts and desires of your own, you know? I get that. So I'm not gonna look for a way to solve people. I guess I just want to listen, you know?
I think that he's somewhat gotten a hold on how to have a conversation with Miix by this point. Once she exhausts herself talking or finishes whatever her point is, then that's his cue to step in, and he figures that is the cue being given here. Okay. It's okay. I trying to respond to all of that. I don't hold on to things like that. You're right. How you reacted to him. I agree that it wasn't your place. And I honestly think it was a bit stupid, and I don't care for your protection when I don't need it, but I can understand and appreciate, or perhaps not appreciate. I don't care that you were being selfish. I think I can understand that more. That was your choice. I didn't have one for how I could respond to him. I mean, you saw everything, didn't you? He owned that Kai as much as our prior owned me. I didn't have a right to react or to disgrace the reputation of that other me. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do, Miix. I'm a follower. I'm meant to be loyal and useful and obey orders and entertain those above me. I think most people are. And it was easy that way. Hell, I liked it. I never thought I was meant to think or feel beyond that, but people keep looking to me for my thoughts and my actions and holding me accountable for decisions I'm making based on guesswork. You are right now. And that pressure, it's fucking demanding. It's frustrating, Miix. And so I know you're trying to do the right thing. I want to stand 10 toes behind the people who have ideals that I know are good. I always thought priors were. He didn't seem to be seeing eye to eye with himself, or he doesn't seem to be right now. And I don't know how to respond to that, because I don't know if I'm competent enough to follow the ideals above the person. I don't know if I'm able to fill those shoes, if I'm able to change things. I never chose to be that kind of person. I didn't want to be. But with you all, it's like, I have to. Like, I have to try, because that's what you're all doing, and I don't want to be left behind. And you asking me what I think because you want to be a better leader, I just fear I'll disappoint you, honestly. I'm not there yet. I'm not even good at faking it. If you want my thoughts, I think most people want help. I hope you can find the answers you're looking for, or the perspective, or whatever from the right people. I'm just really sorry. I'm not that. And I don't know what to say when you ask that of me. I'm sorry I can't be of more help.
Gotcha. Yeah. Miix is quiet for a moment. She takes some time to think. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Took me a couple tries, but I learned to not push people, you know. But I get that though, and I understand. I would never ask you to give me more than you can. You know? I can't say I agree with everything you say, but the effort's appreciated. The amount that you choose to give me, I appreciate that a lot. I've got a lot more people to talk to. You know? This isn't gonna be easy. Miix says as she starts to stir the pot. It's one hell of an endeavor. And I've got so many other people to talk to. So thank you for giving me your perspective. I'm not, sorry?
No. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure if I can, I don't think I can promise to not stumble again. But, you know, I'll do my best to, lighten the load for you guys. You know, that's all I can do. And yeah, for what it's worth, thank you again for hearing me out. I hope it wasn't too intrusive.
What friends are for?
Yeah. Yeah. And Miix will grab a bowl and pour some soup. And hand it over to Kai. Pretty hot. Some crackers too. It's not much, but it's something that my best friend and I, growing up, we made, and it was the one dish that that Natalia didn't spit out.
Kai will hide the wince on his face when he grabs the hot bowl out of Miix's hand.
Oh, do you want me to just put it on a table for you, or are you good?
No, it's okay. I got it.
You
Thanks.
sure?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here's some napkins if that helps.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry. I probably should have made something. I should have thought I shouldn't have made hot food, but...
No. Sorry. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Yeah, gotcha. Worst case scenario, you can just let it cool down. But yeah, cool. I should probably finish up here and get some plates for the others. Unless you had anything else,
There was something, actually, you and, Prior said a lot of things, and I couldn't really, I don't know how to talk to him right now, and I couldn't respond to him before, and I guess you didn't put the pieces together, or you weren't given all of them. But I knew he was far off from the future. I just couldn't. He mentioned that I died from old age. And he, put me into Neo.
right. Miix winces.
But he also said that you were the same age? Did you... Not that, I guess, you don't know, it's a different... Do you think, or do you have any idea what you might have done there to make you live as long as he has?
Wait. I was... And Miix thinks about it. And she recalls the words. Wait, you're right. What the hell?
I'm sorry for not mentioning before.
No, What? How does that make sense? Wait. You weren't mishearing things. You died from old age, is what he said? I was kind of in shock. I wasn't paying full attention.
He said that when I grew too old and weak to continue my work, But
then,
yeah.
Why did he talk to me? And why? He didn't even, when I told him that, when he realized my father wasn't alive. God. No, the phone call. Oh, shit. And Miix is suddenly, you can tell she is starting to get sucked into her mind again. As she just stares at the soup that is starting to boil. Just lost in her own head. Does Kai snap her out of it?
Yeah, I was gonna say Kai quickly gets out of the booth and taps Miix and tries to go for the burners.
Oh,
or for the knobs.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, thank you. He's dead, right? Miix like shakes her head. Okay. No, that's important. Thank you. I wouldn't have realized myself. Sorry about that. I just
wouldn't want any more flames to catch all of us.
Miix kind of gives an exasperated sigh. Yeah, sorry. Okay. And yes, I'm sure the burners are off at this point. Okay. I take this food to the other two. Thank you for the talk and for telling me about that. And Miix will, smile at Kai, pour 2 more bowls. She'll probably won't necessarily go over to them, but she will set them to the side and sort of call out hey, food's ready. But in her head, it's just a series of different moments playing over and over it in her head. It's finding out it's sort of flashing between moments of her learning of the family's fall, of her going to L Corp, of her getting the phone number, of her calling the phone, of hearing the voicemail that he's not dead, and then everything that the other prior said. And it's just over and over in her head. And she's not sure what's going on. How can a man survive an arbiter? How can she seemingly be the same age, even so many years into the future? There are so many different answers to that question that she thinks of. And as she's finished cooking, she walks over to a place where she can sit and pulls out her journal, and she just starts writing again.
Absolutely. And as you continue to write, Miix and Kai, I'm not sure if you stay.
I was gonna say, Miix is having an existential crisis, and Kai is in the corner of the booth eating soup and trying not to make any noise or move too much.
Absolutely. As you stay there, Merru, Prior,
Yes.
what are the two of you up to?
Well, I would say Prior had told Merru to go find him once he was done patching up his own wound. So I think Merru will go do that. And I think when Merru approaches Prior, for once he's actually dressed down from his ego gear and is just in a t-shirt and shorts. Magic bullet's likely hung up in the bathroom where he had initially rushed off to. And he's got Justicia wrapped around his biological hand, while the red cloth that Reddy had given him and his face mask are likely, they're not on, he's not wearing them, so they're likely in the pocket of his coat. But the pendant is still around his neck. And you can see that when he tried to patch himself up, it was kind of sloppy, but he looks way like not as in as much pain as he was in before. But yeah, he definitely looks a little awkward as he kind of shuffles over to where Prior is, and he'll go Prior, I'm all done doing my stuff, I guess. I know you probably want to eat soon, but you said you want to check on my wiring and the prosthetics. So you can now. So my I guess my eye has been a little glitchy, not that bad, but my horns they always spark too often. That's just, they always do that. I guess my hands being a little weird. I don't know if it's the wiring in my arm got messed up or if it's just the hand itself. I think the plates are fine though. I think so. And the mark on my face is fine. So, yeah.
Prior is still in his ego gear, but he looks significantly more relaxed and his mind has sharpened again. You see no signs of corrosion on him. He is twirling his finger around the petals of the rose that grows off of his ego gear, not plucking them, but just partially rubbing them between his fingers as a kind of nervous habit. And however, as Merru starts to speak, he takes his hand away from his ego gear and smiles and says, sorry, you caught me in a moment of nostalgia. I can put my appetite aside for a moment.
Okay.
I don't smile very often. I don't know why I'm in such a different mood.
Couldn't tell you.
Let's take a look. And Prior picks up his toolkit, which he did take out, and he goes, from what I remember, I am going to need to remove the paneling to get at the central system there. Yes, the issue could be in your arm, but I want to rule out any disconnection there. As for the sparking, I can strip the wires and try and put a new layer on them.
Well,
I don't have the equipment to open you up and, attach anything. The augments are the quality they are. But let's see what we can do to patch it over, all right?
Yeah, whatever you gotta do is fine. I've handled them being worse before, so.
Well, let's try and see if we can get you to handle them being better, all right?
All right.
And he'll take Merru back to the one side of the RV so he can give at least a little bit of privacy, because he is going to need to physically remove Merru's protective layer of augmented metal to get at the wiring beneath it. He is far more gentle than the last time that this happened, and there's no cold, apathetic layer to the way Prior looks at Merru. Any signs that Merru is a puzzle to be solved is absent from all of Prior's eyes, all 6 of them. As each one seems to look at a different aspect of Merru's prosthetic, as he sees this as a situation to be resolved, not a puzzle to come up with an answer to. You did really well. Dino was a fearsome opponent, but you pushed him further than any of us could have. I know the situation was desperate, but everyone did an amazing job, but you held your own.
Thanks, I guess. And it's clear Merru, like, when Dino gets mentioned, not that he tenses, but you can see, because he has no nothing on his face to cover his expression right now. You can almost see a little bit of a wince, I guess, thinking about Dino. And he goes, I guess I'm just glad the situation's done with. Even if it ended the way it did.
That other capo, whatever his name was,
he was a piece of shit, and I killed him.
the city's better off for that.
Mm.
I know I tend to have a more... My own objections to the loss of life are born from my own history, but there are certain people in the city I'm not going to shed tears over if they stop being a part of it, you know?
Mm.
People like that who ruin the lives of others, who take so much joy in their suffering the way he clearly took joy in making Dino suffer.
Mm.
Men like
Yeah.
that, the city is better off without.
I agree. That's why I wanted to be the one to do it, I guess. So he's gone. And that is a good thing.
Mm.
He deserved it.
Prior goes, sorry, you might feel a jolt up your arm. I'm just going to test the
That's
voltage
fine.
here.
Go ahead.
All right. Just let me know if you feel any pain. I know, don't be tough. I'm asking if there's pain because if there is, I can adjust it, not because I need there to be pain to fix it. I know that might make a difference to whether or not you tell me.
Merru doesn't reply because it's true. He just nods.
There is the chance that killing that capo might have some consequences down the line, but he was trying to kill us. I don't
Mhm.
think we had another way around that. So,
No. Hopefully it'll be fine. And oh,
I
you
do.
go- you go.
No, I do trust your judgment, Merru. You seem to have a pretty good head. And not to say that if I were around, things would have gone differently because, well, they went the way they were because I was the way I am, but thank you for keeping a clear head.
I try my best, so you're welcome, I guess. And as Prior's been talking, Merru's been, letting him do his thing. But he keeps like looking away and then glancing at Prior and then looking away again, almost like he's trying like to figure out when to bring something up, but like seems a little awkward about it. Before he just goes, Prior.
Yes, Merru?
Are you, how are you, feeling after, and Merru makes a face like, do I need to explain what I'm talking about? Hoping that Prior kind of gets what he's trying to bring up.
Prior may lack insight, but even he can see the elephant in the room as he kind of nods his head and goes. I feel a little It's a strange emotion. Being so helpless against the threat, I felt weak, powerless. I felt like I let you all down. And for that reason, when I saw an opportunity to be able to actually help you all, I seized on it, not realizing how much control over myself I was giving up. I have since thought about it and realized that I put a big gamble into not being able any say in what happened next. I feel embarrassed that I subjected you all to a version of myself who hadn't learned all the things I had learned, who didn't have the care for you all that I do. I hurt you all, I imagine, because you've given me a chance to be better, and for the first time you all had to meet me when I was at my worst. And I imagine I was pretty bad, wasn't I, Merru?
Yeah. I mean, you didn't talk like you thought you were, but you were. But you feel like, right now you feel like you, right? Like,
Have you ever woken up from a dream? A dream where you did something bad, and you start to forget the dream, but you still feel maybe a little guilt for what happened? Like you're not sure where it comes from. That kind of a feeling?
I mean, I don't really think I felt any guilt over dreams, but I think I might know what you mean. Like, you kind of, the dream, whatever you were doing in that dream, like, you're not in it anymore, but you can still remember how it felt to be in the dream.
Yeah. I admit
yeah.
I feel an absence of guilt in that dream. It felt like I woke up from a very restful sleep where I stopped having to feel like I couldn't do anything, even though I didn't know why.
I see. Well,
I can tell my actions in that state were wrong. I can see the way Kai is looking at me. I can see the way you're looking at me, even though I appreciate you making at least a small effort to not do that.
Yeah.
I didn't want you all to ever have to meet me like that. What I gave up to get that strong was pieces of myself. And You've talked about your contract, right?
Yeah, what about it?
You knew the price when you paid it, right?
Merru pauses for a second and he goes, I think so. I mean, it's kind of a long story, but I know what you're trying to say, yes.
You know, I just realized I don't think I've ever asked you for that story.
Yeah, no one has. People like to make a lot of assumptions about it, though. Continue.
When I was too weak to do anything, I felt responsible for that weakness. People didn't look to me to save them because they knew I couldn't. And when I was able to save them, I could see in their faces the disgust that I didn't. And so I made contracts with myself. Terms I thought I would never breach. An agreement between me and Neo for just a little more, and then a little more, and then a little more. It was never enough to be one line in the sand, you know? It wasn't enough to just make an agreement, because as soon as I thought that I had paid off my contract, something new showed up. And I had to do it all over again. It was cyclical. It was clockwork. And it's what made me into the man that you met. Someone who so badly wanted to be good, but had sold all the pieces of himself that knew what goodness was. And I had hoped you would never know that version of me. From the very beginning, I was terrified that I, the me I am now, would turn into someone like that. But you have to believe me, Merru. And Pryor does take the hand he's working on, and he kind of clutches it for a moment with both of his hands, and he says, I hope you can look into my eyes and see that I don't want to be evil like that anymore. I don't. I wouldn't dare sacrifice the chances you've given me to be a better man. I spoke to Miix briefly, and she made a very good point that if I covet that power, but it comes at the cost of giving up who I am, then I'm no better than that man. And it took me by surprise, because I don't want you to be burdened by me. You have done so much for all of us, Merru. I want to help lift your burdens too.
Merru listens to what Pryor says, and when Merru looks Pryor in the eye, there's a kind of, I guess you could say, like he's searching for something, or I guess you could say trying to remind himself of someone who he used to know for a brief moment, before his hand squeezes, not painfully, just kind of gently, and he goes, I hear what you're saying. I appreciate that you don't want to burden me, and the you that I have chosen to get to know, I would like to think is different from that man. 'Cause, I mean, Somehow, over the course of the past couple of months, I've actually started to like you. Yeah, I guess I can say that now. But the version of you I saw then, I hated him. I need you to know that. I know you said you don't want to be him, and I will choose to believe you, but I still need you to know that I hated him, and the way he called Kai a dog and looked down on everyone, and he barely looked my way at all. I felt like I was nothing to you. I mean, like to him. And if that was the version of you who had chosen to stay, I probably would have wanted to leave. I don't want to leave. And I'm not going anywhere. I told you I'm not going anywhere. I just need you to understand that I never hated you. You know this. And I care about you, but I hated him. That's all. Do you understand that? I see you as very different from him, and I would like that to stay that way.
Any version of the me I become from here on out that would look at you like you haven't changed my life for the better is no version of me I want to become.
Okay. Then, and as Merru slowly nods his head, he'll squeeze Pryor's hand again, and he goes, I hear you. I will keep doing what I can to help you, I guess. Keep things this way.
I trust you, Merru. But I need to change in some way. Because the things we're fighting, I can't. When my distortion ended, I remember saying that I was terrified I would fall behind the rest of you. And I think I'm reaching a point where I feel my only choices are to stay behind or shed some weight and step forward. But after talking to you, so long as I have you in my corner, you'll give me enough time to find a better way. And I will find a better way. I will figure out how to become stronger without sacrificing who I am. I can trust in Miix, I can trust in Kai, and I know I can always trust in you.
Yeah. And when Merru looks at Pryor this time, it's almost like he found what he was looking for. And he nods again, and he goes, yeah, no, we are in each other's corners. I know I've been from the beginning, I've been the one saying what happens if we face things we can't handle. I've been saying that from the very beginning. So trust me, I've been thinking about it. Why do you think I did what I did with my thing with Reddy? I realized I needed to do more too. We all need to do more. There isn't a moment where, well, there is a moment we can stop sometimes, I guess, to take a breather. But in general, we always have to keep trying to make things right and make it better. And I've been trying to do that, so we can keep doing that. We will. Yeah, we can figure it out.
I am going to tell you something that one other person in the city knows. I hope you never need to know it,
Okay.
but just in case.
Okay.
If we return to the web, I can only hope to seize control of Neo so long as the bindings are in place. My daughter, Percy, placed them. We'll definitely encounter her. She's very different from Berg. Very different. But no matter what happens, those bindings have to remain in place. And if you see any of them be removed, you have to tell me, because my only option is to shut Neo down for good. I might not see it happen, and I will want to take control of Neo because I don't believe anyone else can handle it, anyone else can be trusted with it. But I am also aware that I want to become stronger so I can help all of you, and that might blind me. So if you see anything happen to those bindings, tell me, and I will have to shut it down immediately.
Okay.
And I'm telling you this because you've been in my corner. No matter how many times I haven't been in yours, and I am so regretful for that, you have proven that that was my mistake. So, know that you are one of 3 people counting me in the city to understand that weakness. And it is a weakness so critical that I made Berg the way he was to stop that knowledge from ever being found out by anyone. It was always the one thing that could have collapsed my empire.
I see. Admittedly, at the mention of Berg, Merru's eyes narrow, specifically at the thought of how Pryor phrased that. But he doesn't say anything. And he just nods his head and he goes, "Okay, I will not forget that then."
We should probably go have some soup.
Right. Right.
At this point, Miix walks over and is like, "Guys, the food has been ready."
Okay, and I was getting my prosthetics fixed up. I think that's a little more important than some soup.
Oh my god. Well, it's cooled
Is it
down
wrong?
a bit, and I'm sure it still tastes good, but I don't want to waste food.
Me neither.
Then
Which is why you
you'll
shouldn't have
eat.
made me a bowl.
You'll eat.
I will eat what I can.
Thank
don't
you.
want to
I
be forced
appreciate
to have
that.
a full bowl.
I appreciate that. And
Okay.
Miix will place the bowls down.
Thank you, Miix. And Prior nods at Miix. And Miix will see that Prior's expression is very different than it was in the laboratory. There is a new resolve in his eyes, and that tension he was carrying, and that hunger in the back of his gaze has extinguished slightly, and he will say, I appreciate everything.
Miix nods and in her head just thinks about the countless other times this has happened. It is a cycle. Until she sees proof that it is defeated, she will not place her bets on him. And she will smile and walk away.
Prior will pick the soup up and down it in a single large gulp. He just lifts he doesn't quite unhinge his jaw. He just opens his mouth and like pours the soup directly down his throat.
Has the bowl untouched in his hands, and he just stares at Prior, and he's like, that is... God, you are something else. That's for sure.
He shrugs his shoulders and goes, well, some things never change.
That is true. Some things do never change. Well, don't expect to be getting my leftovers. Just because I'm not eating a full bowl does not mean that you can have the rest.
Prior eyes Merru's soup with his eyes, while Gaze eyes Merru.
Merru, like, what's the right word? It's almost like, you know when someone has, like, food aggression? And they like, try to hide it. Like, Merru's not planning on eating all of this food, but instinctively, he's like, don't try it, buddy.
Oh, holy shit. And all of Prior's eyes shift to Pascal.
So do Merru's. He's like, oh, wow. Oh, shit. Oh, good thing Pascal doesn't eat. I keep saying that.
Pascal hovers right over your soup, Merru.
No! What are you even gonna do with this? And it looks like he's about to start yelling, but then he stops himself. And he takes a breath and he goes, Pascal, you cannot eat soup. It's gonna mess with your systems and you won't be able to fly anymore. I don't think you want to not fly, do you?
It lets out a sad little beep and flies off.
I know. Listen, if it had to eat, then I'd feed him if he had to, but he can't. So let's see. That's how you talk to Pascal. Anyway.
You can all gain an additional sin point, Merru, as you watch Pascal fly up and out of the room.
Yeah. Yeah, at that, I think Merru, he stands up now and stares at his soup for a second before looking at Prior, and he goes, I prefer to
Don't worry.
And
I'll take my leave.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Prior.
Yes, Merru?
Thank you for helping with my, and he, like, waves his prosthetic hand. Instead of saying, thanks for helping with my augments, he's trying to say it in the least amount of words as possible, because he's embarrassed.
Prior nods his head, and with the most serious expression he can manage, he says, you are welcome. You have done a lot for me. It's the least I can do for you in return. And if you ever need any help with them, just let me know. It is not a burden and it is not a bother.
Okay.
I'm also... I rely on you as well, so I will take my leave and go see if I can beg Miix for another bowl of soup.
Absolutely not. You're not doing that. And then before he goes, Miix, do not give Pryor any more food. He's not getting it. We're not getting him on these bad habits. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. And then he runs off.
I didn't hear you, so...
The door to the bathroom that he just ran off to opens, and he goes, do not give Pryor seconds. I asked you to just follow my rules of the kitchen. Or else you're not getting your Tuesdays anymore. Do you want your Tuesdays?
I'm a grown woman. I can cook when I want.
But
I love you too, Merru.
Miix, you can give me seconds whenever you want. Miix, you are a grown woman. You can give a frail old man with an empty bowl of soup. You can give me soup, Miix. You have the power.
Do not listen to Miix.
Miix feels...
We had a whole conversation. Miix
feels...
I was nice to you.
A bile grow in the back of her throat as she just has to listen to these two and says, just shut up and please.
No, I need to hear from you first that you're not going to stop following our deal.
I'm not going to stop following our deal.
Okay.
I feel this bickering continues for a while.
Oh, absolutely. As you all waste, I imagine, quite a bit of the precious time you all have to prepare.
Jesus Lord.
Oh my god.
And in the end, I imagine you're all able to get your food.
Pryor does not get seconds. Frown. But right. Everyone. Now that everything has been settled, we should probably actually have a serious conversation before we get ready for our next step. We need to talk about Artemisia.
Right.
Yeah.
She has... The first time she came after us, we could call it a coincidence. The second time, we learned that Dino was searching for someone, and we thought it might be related. We chalked it up to something else entirely. The third time, now that we know it was Artemisia, we know that she was hunting Kai, and we know that Dino and the thumb are somehow related to all of this. We can...
Pryor, as
Yes.
you're speaking, you get a sudden call on your device.
God, who's at this time?
Would you like to check and see?
Yeah, Pryor's grumbling to himself. He's like, Jesus, I've been trying to have this... By once, and I've been trying to have this conversation. It better be important. And he flips open his tablet and looks to see who's calling him.
You see your son, Berg's name.
Who is it?
Oh, it's my son.
Berg?
Why?
Why?
That's what I should figure out. He'll hit the accept button.
Absolutely. And you hear on the other end the muffled party music in the background, and Berg's voice greets your ears as he says, Dad, is everyone else there? Is Merru there?
Pryor's like holding the tablet, like He's holding the tablet like arm's length away from his face, and he's like trying to angle it so like the camera isn't like showing like the worst angle of his face as he like turns around so everyone can like see. And he's going to say, "Yes, Merru, Miix, and Kai are all here."
He calls you what?
Oh,
Hi, Berg.
Merru! Berg's like waving up close to the screen and then says, right, okay. Get this, right? A Soto Capo just showed up.
What?
What?
Yeah. Soto Capo just showed up. I think they're gone. I don't think they can hear anything I'm saying. Bunch of capos.
A Soto Capo is on your... A Soto Capo and a bunch of Capo are on your boat?
Not anymore. They left right after showing up. But they were on the boat. No, it's okay. Listen. I handled it, right? So I was expecting a fight.
You handled it!
Yes.
Berg, what did you handle?
Okay. Listen. There was a Soto Capo, a bunch of capos, the soldatos, and I could have taken them if I needed to take them. Which you all know Berg absolutely could not have. But listen, before I had a chance to like launch a super awesome attack or anything like that, because I figured I should wait first and see what they wanted. They ended up apologizing to me, and they requested I pass along their message to Big Brother Prior of the Middle.
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean they apologized?
Well, they said that a Capo Cordo of the Thumb, Orion, and a Capo Terzo of the Thumb, Dino, went rogue and stole a bunch of tech and shit from a Maestro of the Ring who hired them, and that the two of them betrayed her and, like, betrayed their contract and, like, sullied the name of the Thumb and its honor because they played this recording of them saying they're gonna hunt the Maestro down.
Fuck, Artemisia got that on recording!
And all
Sorry,
of you...
that was Prior. Prior doesn't remember that happening. Prior's just looking at the screen baffled and goes, "Oh. The Capos betray, I see. And so the ring... I can imagine that they were apologizing to both the middle and the ring for these actions of a rogue Capo that brought dishonor to the Thumb and their Soto Capo."
Yeah. They said that the Thumb is refusing any further deals with that Maestro, and they hoped that the middle, while not in its nature, could forgive those transgressions, as the Maestro assured them that the Capos had both been properly punished.
I thought the whole point of the middle was that it never forgets.
Yeah, well, this is Berg, so actually for once we're in the clear. Brilliantly done, Berg. I'm sure you can, if they're gone already, that's great. Otherwise, if you see them again, you can pass along that the vengeance was specifically against those Capos, and since they have been dealt with, there is no further concern between us and the Thumb. And I imagine now the Thumb will be staying out of both Artemisia's business and ours, which completely takes the Thumb out of Artemisia's way. She has effectively managed to remove the finger from her plans. The Thumb is no longer an issue she has to concern herself with, and we have handled the issue for her. This is great news for us. This is fantastic news for us. In fact, this is definitely not Artemisia's exact plan playing out exactly as I imagined she preordained it. You did great. You, Berg, sorry, you have done outstanding. This is great news. Merru, do you mind taking the tablet for a moment? I'm just going to.
Yeah, no, Merru will take the tablet.
Prior stands like slightly offside of the camera so Berg can't see him and
No.
like kind of dry heaves for a few seconds. Like the anxiety is welling up inside of him as he is realizing just how many circles Artemisia has ran around them to have this circumstance play out. If this is good for us, this is great for us, but this is now basically proof that Artemisia knew exactly what was going to happen from square one.
Right.
Dad, Berg's kind of like banging on the tablet, like that's somehow going to let him pass through the screen.
Merru is purposefully keeping Prior out of shot, and he goes, "Hey, bud, I'll be back in a sec. You should have to go grab something."
Oh, okay. Hi, Merru. Oh, by the way,
Hi.
Merru, they offered to blow some of their soldados' brains out, like, as an apology thing, but I figured that's probably not what you all wanted, so, I told them they didn't have to. I can't tell if that disappointed them.
Well,
I'm sure
you
they
did
did
what
it
you thought-
anyways.
Shh.
Oh,
Don't tell him that. I'm
Berg's
sure
face kind
you
of
did what
falls
you
at
thought-
that.
Hey, you did what you thought was best,
Berg
which
brightened.
is good. You should always do what you think is the right thing to do, and if that's what you think the right thing to do is, then that's a good job.
Berg's smile is immediately back on his face when you tell him he did a good job, Merru, and he goes, I'm glad. I think I handled it well. I'm pretty sure I did at least.
Sounds like you did.
Yeah, you know, it is kind of weird though. I don't really know why they came to me. Like, when they showed up at first, I was like, shit, we gotta go get the great brother, you know? Or like figured like the great sister or like whoever great sibling was in the area.
Prior comes in and goes, "I'm glad you didn't do that. Listen, the reason they didn't is I have a long-standing agreement with members of the Thumb that seem to still be in effect, that if they have a problem with me, they come to me. They couldn't find me, so they went to you. This is good. This is my old power system still working the way I intended it to. What's the rule with the great siblings, Berg?"
Is it we don't piss off the great siblings?
Exactly. We don't piss off the great sibling. The less they have to know about what I am up to, the better it is for everyone. It has been that way for a very long time, and we've managed to fly under the radar. So you did good, Berg. You did the right thing. You kept this out from under the nose of the people who would start asking questions about what we were up to. We're safe for another day.
Okay. Good. I'm glad I handled it then. And Berg looks very proud of himself at all the praise.
Yeah.
All right, well. Yeah, don't bother the Thumb after this. I know you weren't in the business of starting finger rolls, Berg, but let's just... Artemisia, the one who captured your siblings on the ship, some of your siblings.
Yeah,
She's-
that bitch.
If you hear hair nor tail of her, let us know immediately and do not engage.
Don't engage?
She's planning something. She is planning something, and I understand, Berg, that for a big brother, you are particularly strong. Sia, may I remind you, is a maestro.
I mean, if I hear anything, I'll let you all know. I could probably take her in a fight. If, you know, anything happens, but...
Well,
I'm sure. Yeah, let's Miix speak rather.
well, thanks for the update.
Yes.
Always good to hear from you.
Just keep things calm and remember, don't put anything in the book we don't want the great siblings knowing about. There's a reason that we only use it when we need to.
Right. Got it. I'll be sure not to put anything that we don't need in there, and I'll keep an eye out for this Artemisia Maestro.
Yeah, Berg, by the way, do you happen to know someone named Abel?
Abel? I don't think I know a guy by that name. Is he a middle member?
Hope not. It was worth a try, and you're good.
Actually,
Oh?
Berg,
Yeah.
are you still talking with Percy?
If by talking you mean she sends me like a message every week telling me if I come back home that they're all gonna rip my lungs out, or they're gonna behead me, or they're gonna butcher me, then yeah, I guess we're talking. I don't really
Okay,
answer
good.
her messages.
Okay. Then probably best you don't. Still.
That
Yeah.
I don't still what? He kind of blinks like he
No.
looks very confused.
We are probably heading back to the web. Soon.
Wait, you're going back to the web? Wait, can I come?
No!
Oh,
No! Nuh-uh! Berg. Both of us showing up at the same time is going to probably look really bad. Because what was your job in the web?
To kill anyone who got to Neo that wasn't you.
Exactly. So if you show up next to me and we're going into the web where the old family is around Neo, what do you think they're going to think I'm there to do?
He kind of hangs his head as he says, yeah, I kind of see how that would look. I mean, I just, I haven't really heard from everyone. I mean, I've heard from a little from Rainey and Vienna, but, and I mean, Percy's messages, but I mean, I don't really want to hear from some of the people there. But like, wait, if you're going back, aren't they gonna, isn't that gonna be possibly dangerous? Are you sure you all don't need me there? And he looks to you in particular, Merru, and there's a very concerned look on his face.
Merru goes to reply. He was a little caught up in the whole whatever was just said about getting his lungs ripped out, but he was trying to keep a calm face there. And he goes, we will be fine, Berg. If Pryor is saying that something bad would happen if both of you go at the same time, then it would make me feel a lot better if you stayed where you were.
Okay. I can stay put then. But you all better be safe and update me on things. And, please don't hurt anyone there if you can avoid it. I mean, like, of the family.
I have no intentions of harming anyone in the family, Berg. It's why I don't think it's good that we both go back at the same time. If I'm able to smooth things over, and I'm able to either shut down or re-seize control over Neo, then it'll be safe for you to come back, okay?
Berg looks very relieved at that and says, if anyone would be able to, it's you, Dad. And I despite what happened, I'm sure, Mary, and Percy and Vienna and Rennie are gonna be happy to see you again. I mean, okay, maybe not Rennie, but like, I'm sure the rest of them will be.
I'll call you later. Well, I'm not sure if Mary would be happy to see me again, but I'm sure Percy will.
Yeah, Mom might not be the happiest to see you again. But I'm sure you can probably talk to her, right? I mean, she might not try to kill you on sight.
Yeah, I think you're making things worse, kiddo.
I'll call you later, Berg. But thank you for everything. Love you, son.
Love you too, Dad. And he waves to you, Prior, and then waves to Merru as well. And he's like, love you too, Merru.
You too, buddy. Take care.
He gives a big thumbs up and smile to you.
Prior hangs up the
He
tablet.
calls you Mom?
He calls me whatever he wants to call me.
He's not that much younger than you, dude.
I don't.
You just called him kiddo.
Yeah.
He
You're a
was
year older than
quite
him.
young when I first met him.
Sorry,
I'm
you're
plenty
like
older than him.
you're like
We're not
mid
having
to-
this conversation. I am plenty older than him. He was very
No,
young.
I'm saying you're like almost in your 30s, aren't you? Like
We're not having this conversation right now. The only thing
All right.
he's not.
we can talk about this more later. We have more pressing issues to talk about, like the maestro.
All right, I just think it's
Yes.
a little weird.
Mary and Percy are probably going to be issues we'll have to address later, but I can trust that I can probably bring Percy over to our side. Mary is a bit of a wild card, but hopefully she'll see reason. We'll discuss them more later. I'm sure you'll have a chance to meet my extended family. Right. Artemisia, the maestro.
Right.
She is a problem we're going to need to address. The good news is she should have no influence over the web at all, period. We won't have to deal with her then, but she is going to be something we're going to have to address afterwards.
And our plan for that is
Well, we have to have a better one than what we had with Dino.
which means we didn't have a plan.
Exactly, which is why we're bringing that up now.
So what's the plan? Look, I'm good, but I'm no miracle worker. I need more time to think of ways to get us stronger. Unless we just use ego we're unattuned for, but that's a bad thing for everyone. So I don't, yeah, I'm not sure where we go from here, Chief.
It's not just our personal strength. It's our connections. It's our alliances.
Well,
We have-
our big alliance and connection is you with the middle. The issue is that, from what we found out, the state of the web is rather turbulent. The other connections that we might potentially have, first of all, are non-existent from Kai and Merru, and my own are in a state of constant flux, as I've learned recently. So, and it seems that our friends in the Yurodiviye are a little preoccupied.
And also now licking their wounds and heading to a corp on the other side of the city. So
Yes.
Unless you want to call upon your fixer friend?
That again, not me. I don't know who it was, but I don't. Fixers and friends and me are not sentences that should appear in the same sentence unless it's a bunch of fixer friends went after Prior. It's regardless, you make a very good point, which is why this meeting with the T Corp time collector might not be the worst opportunity for us. Maybe we take this opportunity to get in good with T Corp. We clear our record. We clear our record. We make sure we pay back whatever we need to pay back. We make sure we don't cause any trouble. We aim this so that we don't end up with another K-Corp situation on our hands. We can't afford to make any more enemies, especially now with a Maester of the Ring after us.
Oh, I agree. I just don't see where getting how T-Core really helps us in the long run. Like, obviously, I agree, we're gonna pay our dues, but it's not like K-Core's clamoring to help us.
No, but they're not clamoring to stop us, and I think that's where we need to be right now. I don't think that they're going to... We're not going to make any best friends here, but if we can leave without making any more enemies, I think that maybe we just be as honest as possible with the collectors. Even if it costs me out of pocket, we pay our dues, whatever they end up being, we get out of here.
And what about our plans to how we tackle the web and Artemisia in the future? These are pretty immediate problems. At least the former is an immediate problem. The latter we can push off until it catches up to us, but the former's the big one.
If we want to take the web, we're going to need all the tools at our disposal. When we get back to the facility, we'll have to see if there's anything we can grab or scavenge. I don't think any of us can handle gear stronger than we currently are wearing. You two are already handling VOD gear, and quite frankly, your attunement levels are capable, but...
Oh, believe me, if I could handle Elf gear, I'd switch in a heartbeat.
If I could handle VOD gear, I'd switch in a heartbeat. Merru attunement that I don't think that switching him to different gear would increase his impact much at all, but the rest of us aren't really in that position.
Don't think it'd go over too well.
No, not with this,
Yeah.
Miix flips the bird over at the ego itself.
Anyway.
So I don't like that thing. Anyways.
Anyway.
We have to consider that we are going up against stronger and stronger things. We can't... Getting new augments isn't an answer for most of us. We don't have the on for it. Getting new gear isn't necessarily an option unless we go back to the facility and suddenly find that all that we've experienced has radically changed us all without us having any time to actually train.
Yeah.
I doubt that.
In that case, we have two solutions that we can realistically do. We can either A, just say fuck it, we ball, and go in full force. Or B, we can bring in backup.
That might have to be our option, honestly. I don't want to bring Berg. I wasn't going to say it on screen, but the situation in the web is extremely politically volatile. And if things tip too much one way or the other, it could spell disaster for all of us in a very long-term way. And I love Berg, 2 bits. Politics is not that man's strong point.
No, I agree. He did not seem like the kind of guy who'd be good at that. I think he'd probably be more a hindrance. But our other options for allies, if we're talking about the facility, I think, unfortunately, as much as it would be nice to take some of our best agents, they are needed there at the facility. I mean, can you imagine if we took Kit? I don't want to imagine what happens if something big happens at the facility and they're
like
not
what happened
there.
last time.
Exactly. We
The
need
facility
them
is
there.
less dangerous, but it is no less dangerous.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not like we can take our most powerful agents. They're needed there. And so that leaves us with either whatever's left of the other agents, although they would be weaker, and we can't take a big number of them because we're already not... We are not understaffed, but we are definitely not overstaffed. So that leaves us in a pickle. Also, transportation, thinking about how many people we could take, how long it would take to get there with that many people, more mouths to feed. We don't even know how long this would take. Right? The logistics of that are important. We have to think not only in terms of raw numbers of how many people we can bring. We have to think about the money we're spending on bringing them here. How much can they actually help versus how much of a burden they are. Frankly speaking, I think it's not too ridiculous to say that we are already on the higher end of strength when it comes to people from that facility. So
By this point, I actually wouldn't contest that. Our combat experience has improved enormously. We're going up against threats that are... I mean, the 3 of you managed to defeat a Capo 4 of the Thumb. So... that puts us pretty high up there.
Yeah. Well, we barely did it. And it's honestly only thanks to the fact that we have been in so many situations like that we're alive, and we barely made it out. I mean, Kai and Merru were really in a really bad way.
The good news is, I can tell you, I can't speak anything on the other Capo strength, but Dino's strength was unusual for his station. From everything discussed, Dino was a oddity. I'm able to say that with some assurance now that thankfully we shouldn't have to encounter a man like him again. But men like him do exist in this city. So when we get back to the facility... You know what? We should call the facility and let them know that we're planning on returning.
Would you...
Great minds think alike.
Greater minds. But, I think calling the facility is excellent. We have no plans. So maybe Ange can help us. I don't know. We gotta figure something out. God.
Yeah.
And Miix will pull out her
Pryor
tablet.
doesn't laugh, but there is a glint in his eye as he goes, I'm feeling the same way on the inside. We're running out of options. Let's call for a miracle and hope for the best.
Yeah, let me call Ange.
And would
And
you
Miix will call Ange.
all like to call Ange? Absolutely. Greetings, managers.
Ange, what up?
Hello, Miss Ange.
Hello, Ange.
Hello, Lady Ange.
Hello, managers. How can I be of assistance? It has been... And you can see her close her eyes a bit tighter as she says, quite some time since you all have called. Has the Golden Bough been retrieved from D Corp's branch? Have there been any issues on the way there? And you all
my
do
God.
remember the fact that you retrieved the Golden Bough and immediately headed to T Corp without any updates to the facility.
Yeah, it's been a bit since we called, actually. Prior looks to Miix like, does Miix want to explain what's happened?
Ange, you wouldn't believe what we've been through.
Manager Miix, I would prefer that you update me immediately on any issues that you all have encountered so we can address these properly.
Oh, what? You got some sort of beef with me? I guess it was. The joke wasn't well done enough for you.
What?
Don't
I
worry.
believe that these are meat puns.
Meat pun?
Managers,
I'm sorry it didn't meet your expectations.
the polite smile has dropped to a frown as she says, Managers, I appreciate if you would like to try out new jokes and puns on me, but if there is a pressing matter, I would really much rather we get right to it.
There is a pressing matter I have to talk to you about.
we
We've been
first,
through a lot.
Yeah.
We went on a little bit of a detour. Miix says, going full serious now, it's jarring. We encountered, and I think she just sort of goes over a brief recap of everything that's happened.
And Miix, as you recap everything that's happened, you all watch for a moment as Ange's form flickers, and you all can regain a point of health and a point of sanity as the light washes over you all, and her form almost seems to glow for a moment. And as you speak, she is nodding at times. She asks for clarification at other times. And as you finish catching her up on what transpired, I imagine, with the Yurodiviye and the thumb, she says, I see. So you will be held up in T Corp's District 20 for a bit longer, I presume, as you sort out the issue with the time collector.
We're just gonna answer the summons, go in, go out, it's gonna be clean, and then we'll move on from there. It shouldn't be a big deal.
Understood.
From there, our plan is to go back home and, to be honest, figure out our next plan of attack on the way. And while we're there, looks like our next goal will be to hit up old haunts in form of the web.
we know there's a Golden Bough being kept there.
I see. So upon returning to the facility and returning the Golden Bough, the goal is to head out to W Corp's District 23 and the web. And her eyes shut a bit tighter at that as she nods her head and says, I see.
But your eyes are closed.
Oh, yes. We must also clarify that, at this time, Prior can't quite look at Ange. He kind of like turns his head away and sighs, and he just goes, we will be back in person before you know it.
Yeah.
Let's save we'll have a chance to answer your questions when we get back with the Golden Bough.
We all missed you.
Understood. I have missed all of you too, managers.
Aw, shucks. How's everything in the facility?
The facility is running as it should be. There have been no issues.
Yuna hasn't gotten into any trouble?
Yuna does not often communicate with me, or at all, rather. But your information team captain has not caused any problems that they should not be causing.
Glad to hear it. And, hope you've been playing nice too.
I have done no such thing to warrant any disdain on their part. They still seem to operate under the belief that my existence will bring down the head upon the facility.
Well, yeah, you know how he is. He'll get better. He warms.
I suppose. Would you all like to speak to Information Team Captain Yuna?
Mix thinks about it. And it's like, Looks back at the others. Thinks about how Merru and Pryor got to call Berg. Thinks to herself, and then nods. Sure, why not?
Understood. I imagine that Yuna will not want to be on the call with me, so I will patch through to their
Oh, what?
personal
You're
line.
gonna hop off?
She seems to almost shut her eyes a little tighter as she says, I am not opposed to speaking longer, managers, if there is more that you all require or need of me.
Well, if you don't want to stay, then yeah, you can patch us through. It's nice hearing your voice again, though. Right? And she kind of looks over at the rest of the others. Yeah, they agree. They agree.
Yeah, Pryor's looking away from the tablet, but the eyes of nothing there are glued to it as he goes. As I said, I will deliver a report to Lady Ange when I get back to the facility.
Merru is looking at the tablet, and he nods, and he goes, yeah, it's good to hear that everything's calm over there. Tell my team captain that we'll be back soon. I know they're probably wondering about me, so
Worried sick about you.
probably.
Yeah, I would be too.
What's that supposed to mean?
That's supposed to mean Kid cares about you a lot.
You're being
guys are
weird.
best
Anyway. That's all I have to say, Miss Ange. It's good things are calm there.
I see. I shall await Manager Pryor's report, and I shall inform Control Team Captain Kit of such, Manager Merru. It has been good to speak to you again, managers. I shall now patch the Information Team Captain through, and before she can say anything else, you all see her form flicker a little bit. And then you can hear Yuna's voice on the other end as they say, managers, do you need anything? Boss, what's up?
Yeah, well, just calling to talk about. I've heard that you're doing well. Heard you're doing good stuff. So, just want to check in. You know, we all wanted to make sure you guys are doing okay. So,
Yeah, no, I've been handling things here how I can. Has it been any breaches that we haven't been able to handle? Haven't been any other casualties? What else? Manual seems to be adjusting just fine.
I'm glad.
Oh, right. I'm working on some more ampules. I expected you all to be back a lot sooner than you are, but I have ampules prepared for when you're back. I also have been working on trying to get approved for ego at some point in the future. So
You're trying to what?
get approved for ego, you know, the ego suits you all have and weapons
Ego?
you carry.
Wait, no, I know. All the information department abnormalities. I guess old lady, but a lot of them are a little high level. I feel.
Listen, I haven't even been approved for any Zayn yet, but it's not like I need to take ego just from the information team department. I was told that when I was discussing with the other team captains, Team Captain Kit had said that we can extract ego from the other departments as well. So we'll see what's a good fit for me that is also safe enough for me to wear. I don't know how long it will be, but I've been slowly trying to do work.
And is there a reason for this? I mean, you're never much of a fighter.
I just figured that it would be best if I had more ways to defend myself, especially given that I am a team captain. It's not something I really thought about before, back when I was working at K Corp, especially given we had plenty of drones, but considering our limited resources here, the stronger I'm able to become. Let me put it this way. I'm never going to reach the levels that someone like Team Captain Kit is at, but I at the very least should be able to handle myself in a breach rather than having to cower in the office while the other agents handle things.
Miix nods and tries not to look at how smug Merru is when Yuna mentions Kit.
Smug? Merru's calm. He knows it's true. Why would he be smug? He's just been nodding.
It's that aura.
Listen, that said, Team Captain Kit's intellect is no match for mine, and I doubt that they would be capable of producing such ampules as I am.
No denying that.
There's no denying that. You're right. Miix nods, not looking smug because it's true.
Yeah.
Miix Miix nods and says, "Okay, all right, you're doing good."
Yuna,
proud of
sorry
you.
to interrupt your conversation.
Prior
you barges in the moment that Miix is like trying to have a tender moment, and
Yes.
he goes,
God.
"Sorry. I do need to ask you, speaking of your ampule knowledge, can the tearful thing be weaponized?"
Yuna's blush that had started to form on their face immediately at the question of if it can be weaponized, their face sort of goes pale as they say, "I could create decay ampules, if that's what you're saying. I've been meaning for a while now to make some. I just figured to prioritize the healing ones. And I figured it would be a little bit trickier for me to make decay ones.
I imagine so. And Prior is brushes himself off and goes, "We're going somewhere dangerous soon. And we're going to need every weapon in our arsenal that we can get our hands on. So if you could work on developing some of those, it might be the difference between life and death for us."
Ugh, wings. All right, I can get working on those. I don't suppose you'll tell me where you're planning to head that is so dangerous?
Well, I
Prior
guess
looks to
we're-
Miix and lets Miix go back ahead. He said his
We're
bit.
going to a place called the Web in District 23.
Web. And I need to check. I don't believe any of you have ever explained what the web is to Yuna, correct?
Prior's had
I
no reason to.
assume not. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Yuna is drawing a blank as they say, is that some place in the back streets or...
Yeah,
Correct.
basically. It's Prior's old haunt, as it were, and there's a bough there, among other things, and it's dangerous. It's middle territory.
Okay. I don't suppose you'll all be facing more big siblings or those of a higher rank in the middle?
We don't know.
There is the
Um,
distinctive possibility of conflict with multiple big siblings.
Okay, and I don't suppose those big siblings will be anything like that kid back in U Corp. That, from what it sounded
No.
like, you were all able to talk down.
No. Apparently one of them is, this has specific reason not to be happy seeing, her old flame, from what I understand.
Your what?
Yes.
Yuna's eyes go wide at that and looks at Prior.
No, I imagine my ex-wife will not be happy to see me again.
You have an ex-wife? Okay, never mind. I can get started on those decay ampules. I need to remind you, when using them, they're probably not going to be as strong as the ones that K Corp has, given what I'm having to work with. However, there is a chance of doing irreparable damage to whoever you use them on. I don't know how strong or how weak they will be, and we don't exactly have human test subjects to use them on. So keep in mind, whoever you hit with one of these, you probably should be okay with them not coming back.
We
A
will,
weapon of last resort, then.
yeah. We'll keep that in mind.
Okay.
But we're heading back. That's our next move, so we'll be seeing all of you guys in person again.
Well,
I'm sure if you're looking for a test subject, no one's going to be mad if you shoot things at the crying giant maw infant.
Are you talking
Well,
about nameless fetus?
I wouldn't.
Be careful with that one.
Yeah.
Yes, I have been avoiding the hallways where it is.
Yeah, it got moved recently, so it's not my problem anymore.
To whose department?
Pretty sure that's the one that got moved.
To
I think
whose?
it's over in Kai's department now.
Oh God.
I got
Listen,
the birdie.
we don't do the roulette anymore anyway. The new protocol is every time that thing comes out of its egg, we send in all our agents and we beat the shit out of it till it's an egg again. Problem solved.
Sure, something like that.
Something like that.
Yes, that is the new procedure. I also need you to know that Birdie is a pain in the ass, Manager Merru. It keeps breaching,
What
and
do you
for
mean?
some reason, every time I'm around, it goes straight for me and starts pecking me.
Probably because you're stressed.
Also, why are you're in the information department? How does it get to you?
It flies, probably.
You would be surprised about the paths that thing takes.
More fearsome foe than nothing there, I see.
Actually, honestly, yeah, because at least nothing there. You just punch it a lot. You don't punch Punishing Bird.
Well, yes,
No, you
because
just let it peck you, and then it will leave you alone. It's not that bad.
it's very
pretty
That thing pecks
annoying.
me. That thing pecks me all the time. Yeah, get used to it.
Listen, no one, for some reason, well, for good reason, I've read the files, hits that thing when it's out of its containment unit. Unfortunately, it means that it wanders the halls, and for some reason, that bird has decided that I am its number one target.
Oh,
Well,
you.
you know, I wish you the best. All right, Yuna. Well, we're gonna go ahead and get prepared. We gotta go do some legal work, but once we're done with that, we'll start heading over there, and we'll see all of you guys again, and we can talk more then. Okay?
Right, yes. Please get back as soon as you can. I will be working on these decay ampules for you all. I will be trying to see what I can do.
Yeah. You for all your hard work. We'll get you. You'll have a little reward for when we get back.
Thank you.
How's Kate doing, by the way?
Please don't ask about Kate. I feel like you're going to summon the... And as soon as you say that, you all can hear a voice in the background of, Yuna! I knew I'd find you hiding here. Ooh, who are you
Oh my
talking to? And
God.
I need to go. I need to go immediately, boss and managers. I shall see you all soon. And Yuna hangs up.
I'm glad that she's made such good friends.
Agreed. But Prior finally turns his head back to everyone else, and he takes a deep shuddering breath and goes, I'm going to go count over our supplies.
Remind me, can we go outside?
Free to, if you'd like to.
Yeah.
All right.
We have time to burn.
I'm
We'll
gonna
head together to the spot when we're ready.
Yes,
I'm gonna have a smoke.
Of course. Oh, cigarette 4.
Yep.
Getting close to that pack.
Well, I would normally have a drink, but Prior's a little busy.
Normally have a drink. You drink and smoke? Ooh.
Well, I've been drinking.
Pick one.
I don't drink often, only when Prior is around. I don't like drinking by myself. And none of you drink?
Together? I drink.
Do you?
What?
Yeah, I've drank before.
Like, normally?
I mean,
'Cause-
I don't normally do it because I don't want to get drunk because we're busy.
Exactly.
But I do drink. Anyway, go have your cigarette number 4.
Yeah. And Miix will step outside.
And Miix, as
Oh.
you step outside, all of you are going to be having to head very soon to the T Corp collection agency that you were instructed to go to. I expected us to get to that today, but given I thought we'd get a little further, we didn't get into any combat this session, so we'll continue next week with what is in store. But if you all have any final things you'd like to handle amongst yourselves, or any final thoughts you all have before preparing to head out there, which we'll begin the next session with.
That's cool. That's great. Thanks for letting us know that.
Yeah.
Oh, don't
Prior
worry.
has nothing else to prep for. I guess he is just going to be counting his supplies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Merru probably, with whatever he's doing, honestly, he probably goes and finds Kai for a bit to chill. Not chill, but do stuff on his tablet
Yeah.
while Kai's
Your
in
parallel
his
playing.
presence.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we're probably gonna start off next session just being and we're getting ready to go to court, then yeah, I don't think Kai has anything else to do. He'll just hang out with Merru.
Yeah, Miix will just step outside and lean against the walls of the RV and just smoke and think about the last thing Kai told her. That's about it.
Absolutely. And as we draw this session to a close, there is one final scene. There is a man in pain on the ground, heaving, his entire body trembling, as Abel struggles to breathe. And a woman, Prior's daughter, Percy, comes over to him. Are you all right? Here are more boluses. Abel, they should ease the pain. The young woman smiles down at Abel, kneeling down to feed him another bolus, her neck tilted to the side close to snapping. You know, father never struggled like this. It's so loud. The voices are overpowering. Why is it acting up like this? What happened? Neo has been fed. Quite strong of a meal, too. Smiles. You're talking nonsense again. Percy seems to be more preoccupied with her own thoughts than concerned for Abel's state, as she hums and says, I greatly anticipate what results this will bring. Lord God Father, just what have you been up to while away from our kingdom? Cain. She looks back over to Abel and just tilts her head and says, Oh, your sibling. I need to kill Cain. I need Cain to die. I won't let this throne be taken. I won't let my spot on the stage be stolen. I won't let her take more from me, and I will have my revenge. And as the curtains close on them and on this session, thank you all so much for coming. Thank you for bearing with us through the crash earlier. I am very, very excited for all that's in store. I hope you're all excited for what's in store. And this concludes our first episode of Canto 8.